2015, it was quite a journey. In the year 2015, the Bank of Uganda started to operate its procurement and disposal processes under the PPDA Act. We moved to the PPDA Act, and we felt that it was important to have our providers understand that now we have moved from our previous guidelines that we have been using, and now we are one with the national regulator. Thank you. Yes, and so in 2015, when we migrated, we had our first annual supplier forum, and that first annual supplier forum, I remember, was held at Grand Imperial, and like I've said, it was a much smaller room. And so it was a way to introduce ourselves to our stakeholders, to the public, and let them know that we are now under the PPDA Act. And moving forward, we shall be operating under that PPDA Act. And our theme for that year was Bank of Uganda procurement and disposal processes. We took our providers through what it means to do business with us, what steps we follow, what stages we go through, and what to expect from us at each of those stages. The bank prides itself in transparency, and so we felt it was important to inform the public of all the steps that are taken before we award contracts to our providers. That forum was a success, and we managed to enroll about 100 providers onto our supplier database. And we found that that was such a success at the time because it was what we started with. We then moved on to forum number 2. Forum number 2, we had grown a bit, we had settled into being regulated by PPDA, and so we came back. Now, by the time we had forum number 2 in 2016, one of the major challenges we had was compliance of our providers. We had people submitting bids. We had people interested in doing business with us. However, we would find that the bids were not winning. We had an issue with compliance, and so we felt that it's important to build capacity with the providers to let them know exactly what should be in your bid before you submit it, what you cannot do without, what the bank has to ensure you have before we can do business with you. We found that, for example, it is important to pay your taxes. There is no government entity that can do business with you when you have not shown that you are paying taxes. There is that saying of give to Caesar what belongs to Caesar, and so we have to make sure that we are giving to Caesar what belongs to him. But we would open bids and find that people did not even have those documents. And so we engaged other stakeholders. We engaged URA, we engaged different banks on how to finance. We engaged so many, KCCA, and we brought them on board for that forum just to teach the providers how to be compliant. And we had people on ground, just like we do today, to help providers seek assistance and to know exactly what they need to be compliant and what they can do to ensure they get this documentation and they're able to supply us with their products. And it was also a success. You can see the room that we were sitting in at the time. It is not as large as the one we are sitting in today. And so, like I said, it's amazing to watch this forum grow year in and year out. For our third supplier forum in 2017, we realized, okay, now bidders are trying to be compliant, but there are still a few gaps. There are a few gaps here and there that need to be patched up before we can onboard some of these providers. And so our third supplier forum was held on November 30th, 2017, under the theme, Bridging the Procurement and Disposal Gap. And in this particular theme, the bank said, okay, we have talked. What challenges are providers having in dealing with us? What challenges are they having with the procurement laws? How best can we assist them in overcoming those challenges? I think the biggest highlight of that forum that year was the engagement with PPDA. We invited PPDA here. PPDA is the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Authority. They are the regulator of all procurement in public entities in Uganda, be it ministries, agencies, the central bank. As long as you are a government entity, you are regulated by the PPDA. And so that year, we invited the ED of PPDA, and he came here and he listened to the concerns that the providers had. We were able to understand better what happens on the other side of supplying us, and not just when it comes to what we want, but also what makes it easier for providers to deal with us. It was very successful, and I am happy to inform you that many changes were made after that forum. The bank was able to formally write to PPDA, and there are so many things they were able to assist us on, and doing business with us became much easier. And so for those who have been with us, especially since the beginning, I think you've slowly watched this evolution that I am talking about take place. And for those who are joining us today, I just want to let you know that when you raise your concerns, when you speak, the bank actually listens. The point is to engage our stakeholders, to keep walking the same tune, to make sure we are marching together, because at the end of the day, we all seek to improve our country. We all seek to improve our lives as Ugandans. And so this forum was the biggest indication that when people speak, we receive that feedback, and we're able to do our best to make the appropriate adjustments. So we discussed the challenges and how best to overcome them. In year number 4, for our 4th Supplier Forum, this was held in 2018, and at the time, sustainability became extremely paramount to the central bank. The issue of sustainability began to take center stage, not only in Uganda, but globally. And so it became important for us to understand this concept deeply. And so our theme that year was promoting sustainable supply chain initiatives. And we explored what the principles of sustainability are. How do we ensure that we're able to satisfy the planet we live on, to preserve it for future generations, to preserve the resources that we use in our day-to-day businesses? How are we able to treat people in the way that they need to be treated as human beings, and to give people dignified working environments? How are we able to balance all this off with profit, with making profit and staying in business? And so that year we went through what it means to have a sustainable business. And so we explored all those initiatives that are taking place in the sustainability space. At the time, there were also amendments made in the tax systems of the country. We had URA here to take suppliers through what this means for them. How are they able to stay in business? We're asking them to be more sustainable. How do they stay in business in light of the new tax amendments that were on ground at the time? And so, like I've said, when suppliers have a challenge, when something new emerges, as the bank, and we take it as our responsibility to inform providers on these changes, to see how these changes affect them, to see how they can implement these changes that have arisen. And so that year, it was changes in the tax systems, and we were able to discuss with URA how suppliers are able to still meet these tax requirements from the regulator. In year number 5, I like to call year number 5 the year where the world was still the same. This was 2019. This was a time where there was no such thing as zero distance. There was no such thing. Virtual engagements were very few. So I like to refer to 2019 as the last year of that era. And so in 2019, we had our 5th annual supplier forum where we explored the theme enhancing supplier development. How do we purposely assist providers in developing, in growing their businesses? There are very many success stories we've had at the bank where a provider starts off with us and their business is just a small startup enterprise, and over the year we watch them grow, and every year they update us, oh, I know I started off supplying just this product, but thank you for the business. I've been able to grow and even add this to my portfolio. I've been able to earn more profit, to increase my employees to better suit the bank's needs. And so we looked at enhancing supplier development. What best practices are on ground to help suppliers grow? How can you grow from where you are? We have very many success stories as a country that I think we read in the newspapers day in and day out. We read newspapers and we see people say, oh, I started off as a vendor in downtown Kampala, I had a small shop, and now I have a big business. I am able to fulfill all the parts of my supply chain from beginning to the end. And so we shared with providers, how can you develop your business as a supplier? How can you grow? What can you improve? What practices are on ground that you may not know about? And so we shared with providers. It was deeply engaging. At the time, the country also had the electronic government procurement system set up. There was the EGP, and we just wanted providers to be in a space where they are able to be enrolled onto that EGP and to prepare themselves for that EGP. We didn't want them to be caught off guard as systems become automated. And I think for those who are used to doing a lot of business with different entities, you have seen that now we are at a point where if you want to register as a provider in the country, it is online. That system is online. The list is online. Even for our special interest groups, the regulator recently ran a call for providers who fall within those groups, and a list is available on their website. And all these are steps that are being taken in automation, and we wanted our providers to be ready for it as it started to emerge. Now, this is the year 2021. I call it the new era. This is a new era where we finally had the coronavirus attack us. Something we had never seen, something we had never anticipated would happen, happened. We all got used to lockdown. We all tuned into TV and listened to that statement. Therefore, we are still locked down for 2 more weeks. The lockdown stays in effect until this day. We were all on our social media discussing, what does it mean? Does it mean we move in the car, 3 people in total, 3 people minus the driver? What does this mean? There were so many restrictions. We were wearing masks. We were social distancing. It was something we never anticipated at all. And so for that year, our theme on March 26th was optimizing supplier performance in a dynamic environment. This was an entirely new environment for all of us to operate in, and not just the suppliers, but the bank as well. We were in a position we had never anticipated we would be in. We were working from home. There were so many restrictions. There were so many emergencies. We have a hospital. We were in the thick of it. And so for that year, we felt the need to have our suppliers know how are we all going to operate in this new world era. And so, like I said, due to the lockdown, finally, we had our first virtual engagement. We had a virtual and a physical. We had a virtual for those who are unable to come in physically. We have providers all across the country. We have providers up country because we have branches in Lira, in Gulu, Arua, Masakam, Barara, Kabale. We have different providers in those areas who are not able to come in physically. And so we catered for them virtually. We had physical engagement as well. And this was just, how do we overcome this challenge? And I remember the biggest thing that emerged from that was collaboration. How do we collaborate? The MC has said, get to know your neighbor. Ask their name. Ask them what line of work are they in? What do they provide? You never know where that relationship may help you. And so the biggest takeaway was collaborate, collaborate, collaborate. Hold hands, get together. You know, if the pie is too big, how do you share that pie amongst each other? How do we do that? And so it was simply about boosting supplier collaborations. Now, Forum 7, as you can see, life had changed. People are wearing masks now, and that was the normal at the time. So following the COVID-19 pandemic, we realized, okay, businesses have been battered. It was a difficult time. How do they recover? And so that year we had the theme, COVID-19, supply chain recovery and management. How do we get back on our feet? How are we able to once again provide as we had in the previous years? How do I revamp my business? Now, we shared strategies that help with resilience of supply chains. How are we able to persevere through difficulties? Something that we never anticipated had happened. We are not sure if that will be the last of its kind. Are we ready? How do we recover? How are we resilient through any changes that may happen that affect the supply chain? How do we ensure continuity and minimize disruption in the supply chain? And so at the time, even now, the bank had programs in place, such as the Small Business Recovery Fund, just to help businesses get back on their feet after COVID-19, and many businesses benefited from this. We also had new methods of operation at the bank, just to help people do work from wherever you are, with whatever resources you have. So we were able to show businesses how to be resilient after that COVID-19 pandemic, and to understand what the public needed from us to recover, to help put these businesses back on their feet. In 2023, we had our 8th annual Supplier Forum under the theme Digitalization of Procurement, Strategies and Best Practices. Here, we realized it is important. One of the ways of recovering after that is you see the importance of digitization. You see how important it is to stay plugged into the digital world. We saw the power of marketing your business online, of marketing your business on social media. We saw the power of reaching out to entities via email, sharing our profiles and things like that. And we saw that digitization was important. Do we have e-payment systems in place? Are we able to receive payments? Can we sign contracts online? We saw that digitization is one of the best practices in procurement. And in order to successfully do business in this day and era, you cannot do away with digitization. You have to leverage technology to enhance your efficiency, to be able to meet people wherever they may be. We have providers that reach out to us, and they're not even Ugandan. From across the world, people from all countries in Europe are trying to expand their business into our little country. And so the onus is on us as Ugandans as well to meet them where they are. They are digitizing. How can we match that? How can we match that and not be outcompeted in a country that belongs to us? And so digitization and its importance was shared with our stakeholders at the time. So last year, We had our 9th Supplier Forum in this very room, actually. Last year we came here, and we're back again this year. For those of you who managed to join us, I think you can recall that. So we had our 9th forum, and in that 9th forum, our theme was sustainable procurement, a potential pillar for financial inclusion. Financial inclusion looks at ensuring that small to medium enterprises are included and empowered and involved. That was our main objective with that theme. It entails how businesses can have access to affordable and appropriate financial products, services, as well as payment systems. And so we wanted, how are you included? How are you included? And so we had a forum. We were able to share with providers about what's happening with e-payments. How are they able to do that? How are they able to access financial products that suit their businesses? Because we know life is not a one-size-fits-all. Everyone has what works for them. And it's important to know what works for you. And so we had a look at that, and how are you able to change and evolve with the changing dynamics in the procurement space? We are advancing, we are moving forward. The bank itself is automating its procurement system. We are putting in place e-payments. So for example, all payments are made through banks. We cannot pay you cash for any work, and if anybody tells you they're going to give you cash from the central bank, that's a lie. We only do e-payments. Even when you're trying, this is a question we commonly get, when you want to buy a bidding document from us, this is one of the common questions that we get. How do you do that? You can only get a bidding document from us through an EFT. You have to go, or RTGS. You have to go to your commercial bank and tell them, I would like money paid into this Bank of Uganda account to get a bidding document, and they assist you. But if you try to do it, the manual way, people come to the bank, people bring their money to the bank, it is difficult, and you will not be able to access that service. And this is a question we're getting a lot during this time, because we're currently pre-qualifying providers. For those who have not seen that tender, we are pre-qualifying providers. We are trying to come up with a list that we are going to use for 3 years of providers that we will be dealing with. And so interest yourself. Go on our website. Look up the tenders that we have right now, the tenders that are available to you. And so last year, we were able to tackle what financial inclusion looks like for our providers. So this year, we are here. We're back again. We're finally at our 10th annual Suppliers Conference. We're working under the theme, Building Capacity of Local Suppliers and Special Interest Groups for Socio-Economic Development. We are finally here at number 10. We are here at number 10, and it is one of our most important forums yet, because here we're going to discuss a group that is near and dear to us, and that is the special interest groups. There is a saying that says, if you want to go far, go alone, but if you want to go even further, you go together. And so our special interest groups, we realize that we have had all these forums. We have had these forums from Forum 1 to 9, but there is a group we have not addressed yet. Our special interest groups, the youth, the women, the persons with disabilities. It is important to bring them on board because they too have something paramount to offer to us, and not just as a bank, but as a country. And so we felt that it was important at our big number 10 to cover this group. So we are here. We're happy to see you. This is why we've decided to take it on. This theme reflects our commitment to inclusivity, our commitment to go beyond words, to take action, to take necessary steps, to include all types of people, everybody, to include them, to bring them on board. We are looking at fostering economic growth we are targeting groups that have been set aside for far too long. The majority of the people in the country right now are youth. How do we improve their livelihood? How do we give them business? How are we able to help them improve their lives and as a result improve the economy that we are in? And so we are here today with our special interest groups. We are happy to have you. We are happy for the numbers that we've received. And we know that after this forum, surely the number of providers we have for this category will go up. This year on our procurement plan, we even have procurements that have been specifically reserved for these groups, and it would be good to watch them take advantage of that opportunity. We have reserved a big chunk of our procurement plan in accordance with the guidelines issued to us by the regulator, and we just want to do our part to make sure that when called upon, when those tenders are advertised, we actually see these groups come in and win big business with us. So we're happy to have you today. We're happy to have you at our 10th annual Supplier Forum. The procurement department, you'll see some of my colleagues that are here today. They're here to assist you. If you need anything from us, please feel free to reach out. That is our contact. That is our email address. And on that email address, everybody that works in procurement in Bank of Uganda has access to that email address. So when you send us something, somebody will see it. We will get back to you. We want to see and engage and see how best we can help you, how best we can come on board with you. For those who may have brochures to share, profiles to share, let us know what products you have. This is an area where we're able to inform you that we are open to that. Let us know what products you have to offer, and surely when an opportunity arises, we will reach out to you and you will be aware of it and you will be able to engage with us to bid and see if you can come out as our best evaluated bidder and get an award and get a contract with us. We look forward to hearing from you today, and even after today, we are always here for you. We aim to serve. We aim to serve our country. That's what we are here for. So thank you so much. Thank you for turning up in big numbers and on time. And thank you, and for those who have been with us from the beginning, thank you. For those who are joining us for the first time today, thank you for coming.
Thank you, Monica. That was a powerful presentation. I am worried you might scare her that she has not done a good job. Let's clap for her. You know, it's not easy to run through 10 years. She has taken us through 10 years. I wish to recognize a number of colleagues who have joined us this morning. I've seen the Executive Director, Institute of Procurement Professionals in Uganda. Mr. David, you're most welcome. Is here. He'll greet you in due course. I have seen the lady who started the journey. I am going to recognize her, the Director Procurement Emeritus, Bank of Uganda. Please wave to the people. You were there when this was starting. Miss Pelly, please wave. Thank you for joining us. I've seen a number of Bank of Uganda officials, but I recognize one at a time. I've seen colleagues who are going to speak to us this afternoon in the panel session. I have seen colleagues from the PPDA. They'll come and speak to us. So I won't introduce them now, but I recognize your presence. Our colleagues from the Mother Ministry, Finance, they are here. I see a number of other colleagues from URSB and the rest. But at this moment, I would like to ask our colleagues from NUDIP, and before they come up, we have a person who's going to help us interpret sign language. So don't you worry, the first session of Monica, we shall send through the slides, so you don't have to worry about that. But there will be a person who's going to help us do the interpretation with sign language. So I'm going to give a chance to the representative of NUDIP to come and actually give us a few words about the organization and what it is that NUDIP does, the National Union of Disabled Persons in Uganda. Is it Miss Brick? May I request that you join us and give us a few insights about this National Union of Disabled Persons in Uganda, NUDIP? So I am told she stepped out for a few seconds. She had a very urgent call to take. I am going to request that as we wait for her to rejoin, I'm going to give the opportunity to Grow Project. May I request Ms. Jacqueline Tumwebaze to come and say a few words about what this project is. Is it about growing children? Jacqueline, please come and tell us about what Grow Project is in between 3 to 5 minutes, and then NUDIP will have come back and they also tell us what NUDIP is about. Thank you, Jacqueline. So if you have the questions from Monica's presentation, please write them down, and in the right moment, we shall ask, or I'll collect those questions, and then we shall respond to them. Jacqueline, thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are honored to be here today. I'm Jacqueline Tumwebaze. I'm from the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and I work with the Grow Project. The Grow Project is the Generating Growth Opportunities and Productivity, and it is a government initiative funded by the World Bank and implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development with Private Sector Foundation Uganda. The Grow Project is meant to support women in business to grow their enterprises from small to medium, and from small to micro, and from micro to medium enterprises. Grow Project is implemented in all the districts and cities of Uganda. And we implement it through 4 major components, but I'll base myself on 3 components. The first component is to enable women grow their enterprises. So we support women to create and strengthen the women platforms, and we also mobilize them to change their mindset to ensure that they grow their businesses better. Then we also enable women to skill. Through our partnership with Makerere University Business School and Enterprise Uganda, we are helping women get essential skills to do businesses better. And we've developed a 10-module course where we teach women to ensure that to do their businesses to the best that they can. We mentor them, we network them, we ensure that they get into groups and they are trained. We get them to get into groups to ensure that they get the best packages from this. And then we also we have brought on board host institutions. We have about 124 host institutions, the best institutions in this country, where we are going to place women to do businesses better. We also we're also helping women by getting them to, we are giving them the best infrastructure. Wow, wow. We are, sorry. We are helping women get infrastructure. Okay, sorry, I need to. Apologies. We are helping women get the best skills and also enabling them get the best. Wow, wow, wow. It's okay? Okay. Wow. Apologies. Okay. Through component 3, we have, sorry, I need to begin all over. The GROW project basically also offers loans to women. We have component 2A, where we give loans to women to grow their businesses. And we brought on board 6 financial performing institutions. That is the Bank Private Sector Foundation. We have, sorry, apologies. I think I need to compose myself. Right. Okay. Let me start from the very beginning. Apologies about that. Wow. Okay.
We have some slides.
Yeah, but they don't have them now. I don't have them. Okay. Let me from the
Just read summary. Then we shall project the slides later on for each one. Then we will further emphasize the issues we want to emphasize.
All right.
Yeah. Probably partnerships and where they can find.
All right.
Okay, thank you.
We are supporting core businesses to develop. Okay, the Generating Growth Opportunities and Productivity, a government initiative by the World Bank, Ministry of Gender, Labor, Social Development, and Private Sector Foundation to grow businesses from micro to small to micro, from micro to medium enterprises. And through these components, we are supporting women and strengthening them and mobilizing them to ensure that they grow their businesses, change their minds. And we've brought on board the Private Sector Foundation Uganda. We've brought on board the Makerere University Business School and Enterprise Uganda to help women grow their businesses for the core courses, and then for the sub-component. Oh, okay. And then we are supporting women to get collateral from the generating, wow, it's okay, apologies, I think hasn't ready. I'll have to get my slides and then I go through them.
Okay, thank you, Jacqueline. She will share the slides and we shall, before the Q&A, she will come back because you've heard, she has loans. The GLOW project has loans for ladies. Gentlemen, don't feel sad. Eh? We also have somebody who's going to tell you where you can find the money. I see the ladies are smiling and the gentlemen are sad. Please don't feel sad. We shall bring somebody who is going to tell you about where to find the financing for your businesses so that you can participate in procurement opportunities. But she has told you it's a World Bank funded project. It is in the ministry. So I'm going to ask you once again, you have the funds, okay? She's going to give us the details, the contacts, but that's why you have those powerful phones. You can start to pick up what the GROW project does, most especially the ladies, where there is dimes involved. So this is the chance to invite my colleague from NUDIP. Please approach so that you give us a snapshot of what NUDIP is about. And guys at the back, there are colleagues who support us. I told you RSB is there. So if you have that business name you've been dying to register, this is the time to go and ask her the hard questions. So we are going to give her a chance to tell us about NUDIP. But as I've said, if you have had that business name that you are dying to register, don't leave here without registering or knowing how to register that name. NUDIP, please. Please approach.
All protocols observed. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I bring you warm greetings from NUDIPO. NUDIPO is National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda. We are happy to be here and thank you to Bank of Uganda for the invitation. I'm here on behalf of the NUDIPO fraternity. Thank you. NUDIPO has a National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda. We are an umbrella body of persons with disabilities in the country. We work through the different organizations of persons with disabilities of the different categories of impairments. The different impairments that we have in our societies have their independent organizations. However, they subscribe to NUDIPO as an umbrella body. At all levels, right from grassroots levels to the district levels, they have their structures that, coordinate the different activities of persons with disabilities. As an umbrella body, we do more of advocacy as NUDIPO of persons with disabilities so that they're able to live a dignified life in our societies through advocacies, through policy engagements, But beside the advocacy interventions, we have quite a number of interventions as well. We have the economic empowerment interventions. We have policy engagements, whereby we tap on the different key actors, the different policymakers in the country, to really ensure that the situations of persons with disabilities are improved. To make inclusion a reality, specifically of the persons with disabilities of the different categories, are included into our interventions at all levels. I've been requested to be brief, but I must say, as an Odipo family, we've come with different representations of the different categories of persons with disabilities. They are here with us in the house. Thank you for making inclusion a reality in this country, specifically to Government of Uganda and the different key players in this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was not fair clapping, guys. Okay, thank you for that brief. And I have been to their offices, and they actually do a powerful job. They actually do a powerful job to allow us to be included so that everybody can tap into the economy, and at the end of the day, yeah, so Nudip, that's a powerful job you do. I've been to their offices. They do a lot of networking. They do a lot of support. So I request that please don't leave without knowing where they are. I know our assumption as Ugandans is, I am a technical person, I'm into plumbing. I don't want to know what the electrical guy is doing till you get that transaction and the water is pouring in the electrical works, or the electrical works are disturbing you with your plumbing. So please, don't leave without knowing what Nudipu does, where they are stationed, and they have a very beautiful office. I have been there. It is in one of those plush suburbs, but they do a very, very beautiful job, and I ask you that you visit them, visit their website, so that you know what they are up to. I know the Federation of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises is also going to join us this morning, so we shall have to wait. And I'm going to request Ugandans, please join and participate actively in these associations. Network. Okay? So as you know, the individual businesses, please contribute to these particular professional associations, and then we can get going. Before I invite PSFU, are you ready? PSFU, and then we shall go back to the World Bank project in the ministry. So PSFU, come in 2 minutes. You know I'm reducing the time now, eh? In 2 minutes, and in case you have slides, please WhatsApp them. That's why I like technology, so that I can put them up quickly, eh? Thank you.
Yes, good morning to you all protocol observed. I am here on behalf of PSFU. PSFU is the private sector foundation of Uganda, and we are the apex body of business entities in Uganda. We were founded in 1995. Actually, this year we are celebrating 30 years of existence. And we aim to strengthen private sector capacity for effective policy advocacy and market competitiveness. We operate under 12 sectors, and some of them, I know they are here, they are represented. We have the agriculture, agribusiness and forestry. We have professional services, tourism and hospitality, transport and logistics, information and communication and technology. The way we operate, our membership is comprised of business entities, business associations, and corporate bodies. Yes, we work hand in hand with government, especially the government agencies that promote private sector growth. And briefly about the current projects that we have the We Work project that is being supported by the Belgian Development Agency, and it aims to connect recent graduates to different job opportunities. And then the other project is the Start 2 project that operates all over Uganda. We have the Invite project as well, and we are fortunate to also be part of the Grow project, and specifically on the Grow project, we handle the loan components. Yes, so I hope I've used my 2 minutes well. That's briefly about Private Sector Foundation Uganda, but we are also behind there to give you more information. So if you have associations or business member organizations, you can come to us, you can be a part of us, and we can work together to serve your members better, but to ensure that there is business growth. Business growth is our business. Thank you.
Now I know which people not to invite at my wedding, because the people in this room don't know how to clap. So when I'm making my 50th anniversary in marriage, I am not inviting you guys. She has given you PSFU and PSFU Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and it's an umbrella body. Guys, let us join these organizations, okay? Let us join these organizations, because then you learn from your colleagues, you learn the experience, the wisdom that you pick up from those organizations, the experience, the experiential knowledge you tap from the people who actually are concerned with this is very powerful. So please don't miss out. Don't miss out on that wisdom. As we URSB, please prepare a few issues to tell us about business registration. Please remember to tell us about how we can use our laptops to borrow. So please prepare accordingly. Jackie would like to tell us more about the Grow project. Jackie, in 2 minutes, strictly. 2 minutes? You want? Okay. So in 2 minutes, she wants to remind us about the loans and what kind of portfolio we are dealing with. URSB.
Thank you so much, and apologies for the earlier session. Like I was saying, the generating growth opportunities and productivity for women, the Grow project, is supported by the World Bank to a tune of $217 million, and it is implemented by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, with the Private Sector Foundation. And it is meant to increase access to entrepreneurial services and enable women entrepreneurs, including those in the refugee and hosting districts, to grow their enterprises from micro to small and from small to medium enterprises. We have products and services that we are giving or offering as a Grow project, and this is one to mentor, network, and inform women through women entrepreneurship platforms at district level, and to help them dialogue with their male counterparts and mobilize leaders to mitigate social, cultural beliefs and practices that negatively affect women entrepreneurs. And then I said we've partnered with Makerere University Business School and Enterprise Uganda in a 10-module, free of charge, skills-based training course that will help women develop their mindsets about how to do business, enter the digital markets, do product research and business management. Then through the Private Sector Foundation, Grow is helping women in specialized trade-specific and sector skills training, such as climate smart and agribusiness. And then we also have trade facilitation services, such as product certification, business registration, product development, and export promotion. We are placing women entrepreneurs in host institutions to do their businesses better under the work placement and apprenticeship program. And this is going to help the women get coaching and mentorship to master the craft and be experts at doing business. Then on granting, women are being granted money and to innovate their businesses, and women will be given business grants, awarded business grants, competitive business grants, so that they can grow their enterprises. Then women have, through component 3 infrastructure, enabling infrastructure, the project grants women through common user production facilities and child early learning centers to serve women entrepreneurs, because we appreciate that most of the facilities where women work, especially markets, do not have the child care centers. So GROW is giving out grants to community-based organizations, civil society organizations, local governments, ministries, departments, and agencies to put up facilities, common user facilities, to serve women better. And then GROW grants loans to women who qualify. And these are being accessed through commercial banks, microfinance institutions, and savings and credit organizations. And like I'd said, GROW is being implemented in all the 135 districts and the 11 cities in Uganda. And it is meant or targeted to benefit women in business, women entrepreneurs doing business. So basically, this is all about GROW. Thank you.
Thank you, Jacqueline, for that information. So we are going to, as I said, if you have queries, there will be a session for Q&A at the end. Please write them down so that we don't forget them. And if you feel uncomfortable saying them, I'll pick the paper from you and I'll be able to read for you the question so that the audience can know it, and then we should be able to get started. So we are going to switch to the next segment of the program. And as I've told you, I can comfortably inform the men that even your financer is in the room, but you'll know him when the panel discussion starts. He has informed me that he has arrived. So please be ready to receive him. So I'll pass over to the co-MC, Miss Christina Lupo, so that she takes us through the next segment of the program. Thank you, Christine. Okay. Thank you. There is a small adjustment, but as we wait, please note, as we said, the men, there is a person in charge of the SME banking from Stanbic Bank. So he'll be speaking to you. Wait for him. He's called Mr. James Njuguru. He'll be here to tell us about how do you finance your dimes to be able to run the business. James, you are most welcome. And he's a very busy man, because all of us in here who run SMEs, we are always in his place disturbing him. We want the loan here, we want the loan there. And as said, we have a representative from the Federation of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. is Mr. Dominic here? Has he arrived? He told me he was in Africana zoning, so he should be here with us anytime soon. Then we have the keynote. Let me ask the person in charge of local content in PPDA, Mr. Ronald Tumhaire, to stand up and wave to the people. Yeah, that's the gentleman. He's a counsel by training, and he knows everything you want to know about local content. So don't ask me the hard questions. Ronald is here. He will tell you about everything in that space. We have a representative from Private Sector Foundation, Miss Florence. Miss Florence Mabea, is she here? Sorry. Okay, she will be able to wave to us. NSSF, Miss Charlotte Atukunda, are you here? They were here a few moments ago. We shall have a representative from the Mother Ministry, Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, to be able to help us with the issues associated with that. So they will be waving as they come through. And we have already met the Executive Director, Institute of Procurement Professionals. David, please wave to the people again. They might have missed you. I would like to recognize our colleagues from the Bank of Uganda. They are here also. I see Mr. Ralph Bakashabaruhanga. I see a number of colleagues from the Contracts Committee. Please wave to the people. Dr. Ben Makanga, Mr. Isaac Seguia. I see Mr. Peter Kiza and Mr. Bash Biaruhanga. They're all here and waiting to speak to you about these powerful messages. So the next part of the program, as we wait for the chief guests, they're already here. They're just waiting to access the building. Okay, so as we wait for the program, DJ, just give us some lull so that we adjust something slight. And as we welcome you, thank you guys. We are now almost more than 250. We've done a very powerful job. I thank those who came earliest. Thank those who came earliest. There's something I would like us to adjust.
A very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christina Lupo, and I will be sharing the program direction. Honorable Minister, you're most welcome, and the Governor. And I request that the ushers, Director PDD, why don't we start with the tour of the stalls of the Expo, instead of taking back our chief guest and the Governor. So, Honorable Minister and Governor, you are going to meet the people who are exhibiting here, who are variously offering a service to this country in one way or another. We have the Private Sector Foundation, we have Grow Uganda, we have several others, and it is our honor and theirs that you see the work they do and briefly interact with them. currently being toured is the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda. And ladies and gentlemen, I am sure, oh, sorry, that was the Uganda Revenue Authority. Please don't send me a tax bill. I am fully compliant. These are the people who help us to grow Uganda together. Thank you for coming. We are now with the EGP program. Electronic government procurement, something that is aligning to the digital age, making the process faster, more efficient, more transparent for you. Next, we have the National Social Security Fund. They are our friends in many ways. Many of us remember them for 20%, but the National Social Security Fund helps us to save for a dignified life after our active days. We're now with the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, and this is one of the pioneer organizations set up to support the private sector, mobilize the private sector to grow and to contribute to national economic goals, and also to grow private sector entities to be able to do work beyond the shores of Uganda, beyond the borders of Uganda. PSFU, thank you for joining us today and for the work you're doing. We are now at the stall of NUDIPU, the National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda. Our friends and sisters and brothers, differently abled but fully active. As you can see, we have a rich array of manufactured items, of handcrafted items, of items that beautify our homes, of items that nourish us. I see coffee, and I see wines, I see several herbal products, and really demonstrating that we have different abilities blessed by God. And ladies and gentlemen, we are all encouraged to visit this stall. Before we leave, walk away with something. It's really a rich array of items displayed. For those who like wine, there's plenty of it here. Ladies and gentlemen, those at the registration desk, we are about to start, and we ask that you take your seats as soon as you possibly can. And I request the ushers to help us fill the gaps that might be in the front rows, so that when we start, we truly start. Thank you very much, Nudipu. And ladies and gentlemen, our collective assignment today is to empty the stall. Look at what Nudipu has come with. Make sure they go back empty-handed. Next, we are meeting Grow for the Women of Uganda, Enterprise for Women. As we know, when a woman has money in the pocket, everybody has money in the pocket. The children will go to school, everybody will smile, the neighbors will be happy, she will make another person as wealthy as herself. So ladies and gentlemen, anybody who has a woman in your life that is in enterprise, encourage them to come to the Grow project and indeed grow it. Those who are not yet, encourage them to come and understand what opportunities are there and take the learnings. Grow is a government program in partnership with the World Bank, in partnership with the Private Sector Foundation of Uganda, for the women of Uganda. And our Honorable Minister today is one of the leading people that conceived and is overseeing this project for the government of Uganda. It is a program that was conceived by the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Affairs on behalf of the government of Uganda. So that was a performance appraisal by the Minister for the Grow project. I am sure she's passed with flying colors. We are now crossing over to the Agriculture Credit Facility. But first, our Honorable Minister is having a chat with the team that is putting this together, the ladies and gentlemen of the Procurement and Disposal Department, our hosts, the men and women in black today. If you need anything, just raise your hand and seek out anybody in black. Right now, they are telling our minister what the PDD does for the Bank of Uganda. And here comes the Agriculture Credit Facility. Bridging the financing gap in agriculture finance. Once upon a time, agriculture finance was referred to as a policy orphan. Not quite in finance, not quite in agriculture. Who owns agriculture financing? Who's going to give money that is tailored to the needs of the sector that employs more than 60% of Ugandans? And so the Agricultural Credit Facility was birthed, a government program in collaboration with the financial institutions, participating financial institutions, and they give credit to different participants in the value chain of agriculture in order to enable that sector fulfill its potential. The Bank of Uganda is proud of the performance of this facility. The Bank of Uganda functions as the administrator, the fund administrator, but it is a government program. And so we encourage all those who are in the agriculture sector, somewhere in the value chain, you are adding value, you are trying to export, you are trying to go commercial, go and have a conversation with your commercial bank and tell them you want to know about the Agricultural Credit Facility. We are now with the Uganda National Bureau of Standards, who are very important for our commercial well-being, but also for our personal well-being and the well-being of our households, because the standards of items we consume, the standards of items that are imported, and those that go into the intermediate products that produce manufactured goods, they look after those standards, and when they do that and do a good job, then we know that we have quality products, but also safe products. So UNBS, thank you for joining us here today. Next is the PPDA. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, Uganda established the PPDA in 2003 to regulate the procurement business in the country. The rules that we go by everywhere that you are a supplier, the policies, the regulations, our body that is leading the future of procurement in this country. And as we know, they have a big digitization agenda. PPDA is the conceptual host of this event because every day, everything that we do is under the auspices of their work. And we thank them very much for joining us here today. And as our guests prepare to make their way over here, I want to believe that there are some questions that you already had from the initial presentations. And if you have them, I encourage you to already write them down and give them to us so that we can redeem some time and already get the concerned parties ready to take them. But just by way of program, we are going to have the opening remarks by our host, who's the governor. That will be followed by a speech and remarks by our chief guest, who's the Honorable Minister of Gender, Labor and Social Development. And then we shall have a keynote address and a brief tea break, after which we shall have a panel discussion on the theme of the day. And in that panel discussion, we believe that the different perspectives that represent your interests will be spoken about. And if not, you do have an opportunity to pitch in at that time. After our panel discussion, we shall have a few spotlight presentations by different stakeholders. And then we shall wrap up the day and ask ourselves whether indeed we have answered the questions for local stakeholder, local special interest groups. And our last stall is by the URSB, Uganda Registration Services Bureau. And I just asked them right now, I want to start a company. What do I need? And as those of you who've dealt with URSB, also very digitized, also have set up a user-friendly system for registering companies, but also for seeking information. And so we commend them for that. And all you need is your national ID right now there. If you want to set up something, go with its name, go with the national ID. They'll help you search through their database and advise you if the name is available and advise you what else you need to do. But we do appreciate the strides the URSB has made in making registration services seamless for Ugandans. Let me request somebody from the technical team to come and help me sort out this sound system right here. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I invite us to stand up as we welcome our chief guest, the governor, and our keynote speaker. Thank you very much for joining us this morning, setting aside your busy schedules to come and have a conversation with us this morning about a function that is critical to national objectives and to the well-being of Ugandan businesses, procurement. Thank you very much. Let's give them a round of applause. And I'll request that we stay upstanding, and I invite the technical team. Let's have the anthems. Let's start with the national anthems and then the East African anthem.
Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
You may be seated, please. Honorable Minister of State for Gender, Labor and Social Development, the Governor, Bank of Uganda, our keynote speaker this morning, ladies and gentlemen, heads of government, ministries, departments, and agencies, and your representatives, members of parliament, officials from the Bank of Uganda, executive directors and directors, ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you to the 10th Annual Suppliers Forum hosted by the Bank of Uganda. We are here for the 10th time in a row to continue conversations we started in 2015. These conversations have evolved over time to suit the issues of the day, as you would have seen from the presentation our colleague Maureen made earlier. We are here because we are variously involved in the procurement value chain as users and buyers, as policymakers, as suppliers, lawmakers, accounting officers, and the public interested in an opportunity. We are here because the Bank of Uganda is determined to continuously make its procurement process more efficient, close information gaps, and enable increased participation in that regard, and to uphold a core Bank of Uganda value of transparency. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also here because the procurement role is not an end in itself. It is a means to support the bank's mission, price stability, which to sustain the purchasing power of our currency and support Ugandans across the economic spectrum to fulfill the needs of their households, businesses, and our country as a whole. So by managing price stability, we are keeping inflation low and stable. We are also here to support the other aspect of the bank's mission, a sound financial system to ensure that the financial institutions that serve Ugandans are well positioned to play their role, which is lending, mobilizing deposits, and doing all the other financial services that contribute to the well-being of Uganda's economy. All this is done to support another objective of socio-economic transformation, which, as we all know, is a core objective of the National Development Plan, currently approaching its 4th iteration. So the mix of voices in this room, I believe, promises to give us a fruitful discussion, because we have different interests, we have different angles, but we have the same instrument we are working through, and that is the procurement function. I really look forward and encourage that we have free-flowing exchanges in the sessions to come. Our program includes opening remarks by our governor and our chief guest. But at this point, let me request that you join me in congratulating our governor, Dr. Michael Atingego, upon his appointment to that office. After we have heard from our chief guest, our honorable minister, and our honorable minister is Honorable Helen Grace Asamo. You are most welcome, madam. We deeply appreciate your coming. We really cherish you as a flag bearer and as a representative of the differently abled in Uganda. And as you know, she's the Member of Parliament representing people with disabilities from Eastern Uganda. After we've heard from our minister, we shall listen to the keynote address from our keynote speaker, and she'll be introduced in detail later, but she's Mrs. Jennifer Mwijuche. If you could raise your hand. And she's the CEO of Unifright and a formidable business woman in Uganda. After the tea break, we shall have the keynote, we shall have the panel discussion on the theme of the day. So ladies and gentlemen, that's what we are going to be doing here today, and it is now my singular honor and pleasure to invite our governor to give us his opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Christine. Our chief guest, the Honorable Minister Helen Asamo, the Minister of State in the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development, and Ms. Jennifer Mwijuche, the CEO of the Unifreight Global Logistics, who's our distinguished keynote speaker today. The esteemed suppliers, of course, the partners, the various stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Today, we do not merely convene here for the 10th Bank of Uganda Suppliers Conference. We commemorate a decade of purposeful dialogue. Over the last 10 years, this forum has evolved into a strategic platform that bridges policy and practice, opportunity and enterprise, vision and value. This year's theme, quote, building capacity for local suppliers and special interest groups for socio-economic development. Is it okay? Thank you. This theme is not only timely, but is also transformational. It calls upon us to ensure that Uganda's growth is not just measurable, but it's meaningful. That is not only visible in statistics, but felt in every community, every enterprise, and every capable and ready hand to contribute. At the Bank of Uganda, we view every tender awarded as an opportunity to empower the local business. Every contract that is signed, we see it as a step towards inclusive development. Every supplier who is engaged, we see that supplier as a partner in Uganda's future. Our procurement philosophy is grounded in the wisdom of the proverb, quote, if you want to go fast, you go alone, but if you want to go far, you go together, unquote. And indeed, we intend to go far together. The Bank of Uganda offers a wide spectrum of procurement opportunities across services, supplies, and works, ranging from modest to substantial. There's room at our table for all who are ready to deliver, but with excellence. We commend the public procurement and disposal of the Public Assets Authority, the PPDA, for introducing the reservation scheme guidelines. The PPDA reservation scheme guarantees that at least 15% of the public procurement opportunities are exclusively set aside for women, youth, and persons with disabilities, creating targeted opportunities for these special interest groups and ensuring their direct participation in government contracts. These are not mere quotas. They are investments in Uganda's vast reservoir of talent, innovation, and resilience. Soon, the Bank of Uganda will issue an expression of interest specifically targeting special interest groups for inclusion in our suppliers database. I urge all eligible enterprises to seize this opportunity, for when the tide of the inclusive procurement rises, all boats, regardless of the size, they rise with it. This year's theme aligns seamlessly with our national development agenda of global commitments, particularly the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs. Through inclusive procurement, we have directly advanced goal number 1, ending poverty. Goal number 5, gender equality. Goal number 8, decent work and economic growth. And finally, goal number 10, reduced inequalities. The Bank of Uganda proudly supports initiatives like Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, what we normally call BUBU, recognizing that the shortest path to economic sovereignty lies in harnessing our own capacity and capabilities. But let me be unequivocal here. Our commitment to local empowerment will not come at the expense of quality, functionality, or our environmental and climate responsibilities. Excellence and inclusion must walk hand in hand. To our suppliers, you are not just vendors, you are value creators. Your work fuels enterprise, generates employment, and strengthens the economy. In today's dynamic environment, compliance alone is not enough. We must invest in the following: digital readiness, financial literacy, and quality assurance. We must prepare not just to participate, but to compete regionally and globally. The global economic landscape is ever shifting, like desert sands, revealing new opportunities while concealing unforeseen challenges. To thrive, our local suppliers must be agile, innovative, and resilient. Understanding BOU and strengthening business acumen, embracing financial literacy, and securing access to affordable credit are not luxuries. They are lifelines. Investment in digital tools and quality systems is no longer a choice, it is a necessity. With regard to diligence and preparation, our suppliers will not only meet domestic needs, but emerge as formidable players on the regional and global stage. Today's local suppliers is tomorrow's continental champion. The Bank of Uganda is steadfast in its commitment to this journey. Through inclusive procurement, strategic partnership, and capacity building initiatives, we aim to cultivate supply chain that is resilient, inclusive, and is future ready. Let us remember, when we empower local suppliers, we empower Uganda. When we include special interest groups, we enrich our economy with diversity and innovation. And when we work together, we build a nation where no one is left behind. I thank you for your presence, your partnership, and your unwavering commitment to progress. I trust that this conference will offer you valuable insights, meaningful connections, and actionable opportunities. So on behalf of Bank of Uganda, I just want to have this conference declared, this 10th annual Suppliers Conference officially open, and we want to believe that this forum is going to be fruitful, inspiring, and transformative for all of us. And may the good Lord bless all of you. Now, it is my singular most honor to invite the Honorable Minister, Honorable Helena Samuel, to come and deliver her remarks as our esteemed chief guest. Honorable, please.
I want to start by saying good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The good morning is not very good. Good morning. Is it because you are coming for special interest, your morals are down? I want to start, I am here to represent my minister, and she sends you greetings. Honorable Amungi Betty should have been here, but by God's grace, I became the dangerous substitute to be here. I think God does wonders. When the PPDA was launching the guidelines, again, I happened to be the one to be sent. So I'm tracking how the progress is going. And I want to congratulate all of you in the room. Let's clap for ourselves. Allow me, before I go to the statements, also to congratulate the governor of Bank of Uganda. I want to add my voice that we congratulate him. And we look forward to your expertise. And we know that after the death of Emmanuel, you have kept the economy moving. At least it did go so much down. We were kept there. Some people were worried, maybe the economy is going to die. Let us clap for Michael. Not the first time I saw his signature as the governor, I said how I wish he goes up there, because he had already started signing those notes, if you discovered. But God said he has to test the thing. We congratulate you, and with your deputy, Mr. Nwagaba, congratulate you. And we look forward to see that you work for this country and work for the best. I want to start, my speech is written and I recognize people, but I want to tell you a story. Because I've been in the disability movement for long, I am serving my third term of parliament. I was telling the governor I'm now looking for another vote to come back for the fourth term. You know, some people wonder, but we are there. And everything is moving on well, and seeing how we are going. But what I wanted to say, the issues of special interest groups always have issues and challenges. When you talk about the young people, they don't have capital. They are coming from universities, they are coming from schools, and here we are giving them the 15%. Are they able to catch up with it? Maybe we need to look for other mechanisms. When you come to my family of the disabled, it's worse. People, when they tell them inclusive, now they look for people who walk like Asamo. They forget that there are different disabilities. We are not the same people. You have the blind, you have the deaf, you have even people whom we call mentally challenged, but on medicine, they can do business. And then you have little people, these ones who look like children all the time. So somebody might think this one cannot come. So there are attitude issues that we have to fight, attitude. Because when I appear and I say I can do this contract, somebody looks at me and says, how? Your size, your eyes, your what? These are the questions always asked. One time I asked somebody, if you see a lady coming, let's use the hospital for antenatal, and she's pregnant, and she's disabled on a wheelchair. What will you see first? You will see the wheelchair, not the woman who's what? Pregnant. So attitudes should be worked on as we strive to see how we play inclusion. And the attitudes come from us who assume that we don't reach that world. But I always tell people, when you are still alive, unless you die abruptly, you are going to be a disabled. So prepare your environment and make sure that it is conducive for everybody. I also want to give a story. When I was still working in Nudipu, we ran a program. We saw that the disabled were not bankable. And what I want to encourage that we need to go to them. They were not bankable. When we went to the banks, Governor, you know, your banks told us, if we give our loans to these ones, what do we take? When they fail to pay what? The loan. And I asked them a question, what do you do to the others who also fail? Because it's not true that it's only the disabled who fail to pay what? Loans. Even the other Ugandans fail. Then I told them, they said, Madam, can we take the wheelchair? I said, if the wheelchair is the best, you can take it. If that's what is the best on me, you can take it. But handle me like any other Ugandan, by the laws of the country. Handle me by the laws of the what? The country. So we worked together with AMFU, which was the Association of Microfinance Institutions in Uganda, then Nudipu, and we said, let's bring these two worlds together. But the banks saw disabled people as a problem, but not as a clientele. But after we worked together, this became the best clientele. They opened accounts, they started getting loans, they increased on the bank work, the bank capacity of getting more clienteles. But before, they had left that clientele out because they said, I remember the first workshop I held with the microfinance institutions and the disabled. The disabled sat on this side, microfinance institutions sat on the other side. So there was a very big boundary to make this world come together because of attitude again. They told me, now, Madam, how do we manage? And I said, no. But by the time we came to one of the, I think it was Pride Microfinance, I hope it's now a bank, when it gave its first awards, the best performer was a disabled from Kitugu. The best. With us, we don't have any other jobs. Our job is to do business, to survive, because we cannot be employed in the formal sector. Formal sector, I've been told, I think, is about only 600,000 jobs. What about the other millions? So this is the right place where we need to get the people. So issues of attitudes, issues of getting to the people should be something that we should move. I was just talking to URSB, NSSF, whatever. Come to us, the disabled. We don't know where you are, so that you can recruit. Now that government, NSSF is saying 5,000, honestly, anybody can save and then do business and then, of course, fulfill these other things. Now, allow me to go to the speech. Those were my own Lugambo that I wanted to assure you. The Governor, Bank of Uganda, distinguished guests, development partners, esteemed suppliers and entrepreneurs, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. It's both an honor and a privilege to address you today at this important milestone. And I call it a milestone. And my disabled people, you can clap for this. I see many of you are in the room here. These days, government brings you to it. Those days, we used to look for government. Now we are with government. I want to say the 10th Annual Bank of Uganda Suppliers Conference, I extend my heartfelt appreciation to the leadership of the Bank of Uganda for convening this timely and strategic forum under the theme, Building Capacity of Local Suppliers and Special Groups for Socio-Economic Development. This theme resonates deeply with the mandate of the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. It reflects our collective commitment to inclusive growth, empowerment of marginalized groups, and harnessing local potential as a driver of national development. In today's interconnected world, economic resilience is increasingly dependent on our ability to harness local capabilities. Local suppliers are not only a source of goods and services. They are job creators, taxpayers, innovators, and key contributors to our economic independence. The micro, small, and medium enterprises, which comprise the bulk of the local suppliers in Uganda, account for a staggering 90% of Uganda's private sector and contribute 75% to the GDP and provide employment to over 3 million people. With the rise of trade protectionism in the global economy, it's imperative that we nurture our micro, small, and medium enterprises to secure the future of economic prosperity. However, the capacity constraints continue to hinder the full participation of many local suppliers in competitive procurement processes. As a government, we are determined to address these gaps through skills development and vocational training, access to affordable finances, market linkages, policies that favor local. I don't know why the microphone is jamming. Is it because it has a red thing on it or what? That was just a break. The government's efforts in this regard encapsulated in the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, that's the Bubu policy which the governor was talking about, approved in 2014, sought to promote the consumption and procurement of goods and services produced locally to boost local businesses. And I think Ugandans, we have to become serious with Bubu. When I go to Ethiopia, you don't see any business. Everything, right from the hotel, the what, is local food. Their bags, their what, everything. So we need to promote this policy of Bubu. We need to create jobs and improve countries' competitiveness and help achieve middle-income status. This policy has been operationalized in the amended Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets Act and Regulations, leading two key guidelines. That is, guideline on reservation scheme to promote the participation of registered associations of women, and the word here is registered. So the person with disability, get your businesses registered. Registered associations of women, youth, and persons with disabilities. And the guideline on reservation schemes to promote the participation of local providers in public procurement. I am pleased to note that the Bank of Uganda has already made significant strides in these areas through initiatives that promote supplier development and uphold the principles of equity and transparency in public procurement. When we speak of special groups, we refer to women, youth, persons with disabilities, and other historically undeserved populations. For far too long, these groups have faced structural barriers in accessing economic opportunities. Through flagship initiatives, such as the Youth Life Program, the Uganda Women Entrepreneurship Program, and the Parish Development Model, the government of Uganda is working tirelessly to create an inclusive economic landscape where no one is left behind. Governor, I want to report to you, your ATMs, our people who are called little people, they can't even reach them because they are too short. Some banks have improved, they can give us where to sit, but these short people can't get onto the ATM to do business. And their fingers are too short to get onto the computer, so maybe we need to look at all that. But inclusion does not happen by chance. It must be deliberate. I therefore urge all the procurement entities, both public and private, to implement affirmative action in line with our national policies and the Public Procurement and Disposal of Public Assets, the PPDA regulations, which reserve a percentage of contracts for these special interest groups. I am proud to be associated with the bank's efforts, which have pushed the boundaries of what is possible in this space through their sustainability and environmental and governance initiative. I am reliably informed that the bank has integrated sustainability and economic and social governance which goes beyond mere inclusion of these marginalized groups. Under their sustainability drive, the bank seeks to ensure that the marginalized groups are included with dignity and are empowered to climb towards participation in the bigger procurement. I think we need to clap for this. Where you will not have disability, we shall have to ask what are the issues. So some of these things might go beyond just the Bank of Uganda today in terms of monitoring. To build sustainable capacity among our local suppliers and special, we need sectoral partnerships. Government alone cannot do it. We need the active participation of the financial institutions, private sector actors, civil society, and development partners. This conference presents a unique platform to share these best practices, forge new collaborations, and reaffirm our commitment to empowering Ugandans economically. I call upon all of us present today to commit towards pulling up one of our MSMEs because of our journey towards middle income status depends on such efforts. In conclusion, let me commend again the Bank of Uganda for championing inclusive procurement and for hosting this important dialogue. Let us take the insights from this conference and turn them into tangible actions that will uplift our communities, grow our local enterprises, and move Uganda towards the middle income status we all envision. As the Minister of Gender, Labor, and Social Development, we remain committed to creating an enabling environment where every Ugandan, regardless of gender, age, or disability, can thrive economically. Together, let us build capacity. Together, let us build Uganda. Thank you for listening, and may God bless all of you. I say all this for God and my country.
Let us double that hand clap, ladies and gentlemen. It wasn't enough. Let's do it again. Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, for that rallying call, for reminding all of us that as Ugandans, we can all participate in these opportunities, and for giving the Bank of Uganda a word of encouragement as we do our best to implement policies and practices that will open the door wider. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have already found an opportunity, or I hope you can at least see some light in the tunnel. I am also very grateful to the Honorable Minister who has deferred her return to the office in order to listen to our keynote address. Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And so I will proceed to take us to that session. But allow me first to introduce our keynote speaker, and somebody I happen to know very well in other circles. I'll share later. But I'm truly honored to be the one to introduce Madame Jennifer Mwijuche. She's a Ugandan businesswoman, founder and CEO of Unifright Group. She is a member of the Association of Uganda Freight Forwarders and currently serves as the board chair of the Uganda Women's Entrepreneurs Association Limited. And I'll take you through a few of the recognitions she's had in the work she's doing for Uganda. In February 2016, she was awarded as the Entrepreneur of the Year from the International Network of Women Entrepreneurs in Miami, USA. Clap, please. Let me ask, who else has got that award in the room? I haven't. In November 2015, she received a Continental Award as the most influential woman in business and government in logistics on the African continent by CEO Global from South Africa. She won the East African edition of that same award before she took the African award. In March 2014, she received the prestigious MTN award as CEO of the Year. And above all, Mrs. Mijuche is a nurturer, supporter, and helps women, helps other entrepreneurs to understand and grow on the path that she has taken to reach where she is. Mrs. Mijuche, it's my honor to invite you to make your keynote address to us.
The Honorable Minister present, first and foremost, I want to appreciate you. I've met you in many forums representing people with disabled. And I think I've seen you many times. You've really fought a good fight in as far as this special group is concerned. And I want to take that recognition. The Governor of Bank of Uganda, the senior management team of the bank, different partners I've noted that are here, that we are collaborating with in terms of supporting business women, youth, and people with disabilities to grow their businesses. Suppliers of the bank and maybe many other government entities, ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to be here this morning to be the keynote speaker, and I want to appreciate the bank for inviting me. I will just make some few remarks before I go on my presentation. One, I'm so passionate about growing businesses of Ugandans. I always have my philosophy that the poverty in Uganda and in Africa is not going to be eradicated by government. It's actually the responsibility of business people. We have a responsibility to our nation. We have a responsibility to each other to eradicate poverty, because poverty is eradicated from doing business, from providing employment, etc., etc., and can only be the entrepreneurs at the forefront of this agenda. I am here because of my journey of business. I have grown a small business to a medium size. And so I have been called, I feel I have the experience to share. And so part of my next journey in my life is to mentor and train business people to grow their business from small to medium. And this is an agenda I started 3 years back because I felt that I've been able to grow my own business. And so I don't need to go to school to learn how to grow business. I can only share what I've been able to have. So I've been asked to speak about, I don't know how to use this technology. I'm a businesswoman unless somebody comes and helps me. So I was asked to speak about the capacity building. And I thought that I'm going to talk about, I will introduce, first and foremost, as business people, we scan the environment. And so for me, every time, it's very important to check where we are in terms of the environment we're operating in as suppliers. But I also want to share and say, as part of my journey, I have gone through a procurement process with government agency, and so I won a contract. So again, I have experience to share with people who are planning or who haven't been able to do procurement with government. So, yes, introduction. If I can show, maybe I will be able to handle. Okay, so the immediate environment, government policies provide, government policies most of the time provide opportunities, business opportunities. For us who have been in business, we know that, and we monitor to follow what is happening. Yeah. So there are different policies existing in Uganda, which we appreciate our governments for, that are potential opportunities for us to take advantage of. We have what my people have spoken before, the governor and honorable have already mentioned them. There is Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. All these are policies in place that we have not fully taken advantage of. But I think at this point I want to challenge all of us. I don't know if Minister of Trade, who houses this policy, is here. But one thing as I was preparing this I thought about is, do we really have the data? When we talk about these opportunities, do we know what small business, number of small business, number of medium businesses we have today as we speak? Perhaps Bank of Uganda, you are taking initiative yourself. Perhaps you need to do that research. I've met some of your people coming to my office doing research. You could be helping us to identify, because in Uganda we have a challenge of always generalizing. We make general statement, and me as a business person, I don't like general statement. I want statement that can be quantified. And so we need at this point to understand, when we talk about Buy Uganda, Build Uganda, and opportunities existing at Bank of Uganda, opportunities existing in oil and gas, and all these initiatives or different government agencies, who are our small businesses? How many are they? In what sectors are they playing? So that we can be specific. Even when we have intervention, it should be intervention appropriate for who? So that we stop being so general. So we have local content in oil and gas. I've been in these conferences and I've asked definitions of what a Ugandan company is. That is still a gray area. But this local content law is a very good law. I think from Ugandan perspective of creating an enabling environment, it's a beautiful law. But I guess how it is being enforced or implemented perhaps are details that we shall continue discussing in forums like these ones. We know, and of course this has been said, that PPDA has also decided now to be specific and have provided a 15% of procurement, of all government procurement, to be given to the local businesses. And I also am aware of the 30 million and below, and those are good initiatives because it again categorizes us. It says, let those who are medium-sized take advantage of 15%, but let the small ones also eye and look at the 30 million contracts and below. So I guess we are seeing an environment from a policy perspective that creates an opportunity that we should be able to take advantage of. So the gazettements that has already been done because of all these initiatives are all very good initiatives that we should be able to take advantage of. Now, all these are there, but who is going to do it? We need to be smart. Like I've mentioned before, we need to be very systematic, all of us, and I want to thank Bank of Uganda. The exhibition behind it has brought all the necessary entities, organizations that we need. And so I feel that today in this meeting, we need to really form some kind of, not committees, there are many committees in Uganda. I don't know what we should do, but we need a coordinating entity of these efforts so that we can begin having a beginning and we can have a monitoring and evaluation mechanism in place. Because we have registration, we have everybody. All that we need is here today. And then we need to really be smart in terms of having local content and local supply be taken to another level. That from conferences there is action. Action by everybody that has been in a meeting like this one. When we look at these opportunities, we should be able to, at different levels, this is what I've been asking in oil and gas, PAU, and I can ask the same to Bank of Uganda to say, this 15%, what does it look like in specific terms at your level as an entity? In which area would we be saying this actually can be for Ugandans? But what value are we talking about of the 15%? But also from what you procure, what do you think are these areas you can begin being specific? Because we can be here and say 15%, but we need to come to the specifics. Let me assume that those efforts are being made and we have that 15%, not 30%. I still had 30% because when I was still a leader of women entrepreneurs, we had asked for 30%. But let me say that that 15% is really granted and there is an enforcement. We see a lot of opportunities that we are able to have some quantifiable results in as far as our economic contribution is concerned. Because when the local entrepreneurs are doing this, we have employment, we are paying taxes, and there is much more multiplier effect in as far as our economic contribution is concerned. Now, there are, of course, for me, even corruption itself, what people think is a problem, it could be an opportunity depending on how you look at it. How is it an opportunity? It's an opportunity because maybe foreigners are not going to be easily talked to. So it is an opportunity for Ugandans to be able to look at it. When you look at your interests, we can reserve it for ourselves to say, look, corruption is not good. We are talking about what can you at Bank of Uganda receive from you so that we grow together. That can only be talked to together when we are two of you. The other ill of it is to deter the opportunities from those that would be. And so there is definitely a conflict of interest always in those discussions, but it can be turned around to be made an opportunity for us to be able to converse and have a conversation, looking at a Ugandan supplier in front of you, having a family that is trying to sustain. How do you feel if you supported this? As long as you are doing the right thing, as long as you are following policies and system, let's turn it around, and instead of always being looked at, thrown at us, but turn it to see we have an opportunity here to grow our business people, to support them, to teach them what they don't know, so that these issues of corruption, interest, self-interest are subsided, but we look at the bigger picture as Ugandans. So we have a lot of issues to deal with in as far as mindset is concerned. Like the Honorable Minister mentioned, now for me I will speak about mindset from an entrepreneurial perspective. Every other time we look at government and the rest, but for me I think an entrepreneur also has 70% role to play in as far as growing your business. These facilities can be there, but it all depends on how you look at it as an entrepreneur. An entrepreneur, you should be looking at vision you have, opportunities available, courage to take those opportunities, the character behind it, relationship building in as far as the stakeholders of your business are concerned, who include the clients and the suppliers. And so it is the total things that we have to look at from a leadership of an entrepreneur perspective. Now, I will dwell more on the strategic, because some of these challenges, we all know them, of the capacity. But I think I'm going to dwell more on the strategic action that I'm proposing that we should be able to take advantage of. I think what you are doing today is commendable. You are doing sensitization. You are calling for suppliers from women and youth and people with disabilities. And so sensitization should continue. It's very possible that not many people know about these provisions of 15% of procurement. And so sensitization at all levels, PPDA, the government agencies that do procurement, I think all of you should play your roles in as far as communicating and making people understand that the availability of these opportunities is concerned. And that is very, very important, because we can continue having it in our books, but if it is not communicated, nobody will come for it. Now, bidding. I've participated in bidding, and I can only understand or sympathize with smaller businesses when they are going through these documents. I know that yours could be as complicated as oil and gas, and so we need to simplify for this group, special group. I do believe that it is possible. You can have two different procurement bidding requirements, simplify them and make them understandable to them, bring them to their level so that they can understand and be able to quickly respond. Sometimes you look at a bid document and you are like, are you sure it's worth it? I have gone through it. And so I really, really understand. So we should be able to, and again, I come back to my categorization. What is the bid document for a small company, enterprise, and what is the bid document for a medium one? They should be different, because we are all here making effort to try and grow them. It is in our all interest as Ugandans to have them grow. So we cannot generalize and provide bid documents for different groups. Yeah, so we need to simplify them. Yes, I've already allowed joint ventures. Now, we are beginning to see circles, or what we could have called, especially for women. There are different groups in circles, which I believe, if given opportunity to come as a group, because they have their own leaderships, they could make a contribution. And also be able to give them a platform at your desk, at your procurement. Can there be a person also indeed who is going to understand, but also provide support? We need the support of these groups at that desk in procurement office, at different agencies of government. Fast track registration, I saw your RSBs here, and therefore, now, I've been involved again as my initiative under my consultants firm called Strategic Smart Partnership, which I actually established just to do this, mentorship and growing, supporting women in particular because of my previous leadership with women to grow their business. And you find that when you have a conversation with Ugandans regarding registration, what comes in their mind first is tax. And I've been telling them, let's not think about risks before we see opportunities. We are business people. Because there is an opportunity to grow fast, then you can grow rather pay taxes. But I also want, perhaps if you are they are very good friends of mine, I work with them almost every day. If they're here, we could again at this level of finding capacity building, discuss, can we have tax holidays for small growing businesses until when they are firm so that they can start paying taxes. We need to support them to grow so that they can pay taxes. I think that is an initiative all of us can take. Again, we are a collaborative team to discuss. Then it takes away the stigma about thinking, I'm registering, then taxman will come after me. They can, in any case, Chinese are being given tax holidays, isn't it? So we can have a local content intervention of tax holiday for growing our businesses. That's one of my recommendations. We also think that the waivers of bond securities when people are procuring should be removed for these special groups. I do not know what other securities you would wish, but there has to be, again, an intervention of removing some of these complications that normally you look at a bid document, the moment you see bond security, you close the chapter, and you know you can't pass. Of course, there are other requirements of financial reports, audited reports. I mean, somebody registered 2 years ago and is still struggling. You need financial reports. So there has to be those areas. Let us find better requirements that fit these groups so that they are not left behind in as far as our intervention and capacity building is concerned. I want to emphasize that database. We've seen oil and gas create a database for suppliers, and is helping. Why? Before you even apply, you have already been screened, and so the application is specific. So Bank of Uganda, you could do the same. Just make sure that you provide the questionnaires, we answer them, you ask whatever documentation you want, create a database. In my opinion, this is going to be a source of the data I was talking about. For you, you may not even limit, but let everybody apply, then we can categorize and have a source where we are going to have small, medium, and all these categories. And then you can even invite them or give them an opportunity according to the categories where they are. It's very, very important and critical. After we have done that, I want to throw this, of course, to Bank of Uganda and PPDA. Like I said, we need to have a strategic intervention. Give yourself targets that maybe come this year, I don't know your procurement schedules, but give yourself that in this year procurement, we are going to make sure we have 5 small, something of that kind, so that we can have a beginning and then we can always give feedback every year to check. I am glad this is a 10th conference, so which means we have annual conference. Let's begin having some measurable goals we are setting for ourselves. And every year we are able to do an evaluation. And of course, reporting. If we have that, we report when we meet in these conferences and there is progress. We are tasking oil and gas to do that. For us at oil and gas, we are even saying, stop telling us local content. It's a song, we are tired of it. Give us specific sectors and say in this sector we are going to be awarding and so many suppliers and so much value. Because for oil and gas, there is even value evaluation. So this will help us become more strategic and stop being so general and have these conferences, of course, to come and give feedback or speak, but let's begin having an action. Now, some time back in 2021, that point of identifying specific areas for women. Sometime back in 2021, I went to Hoima, again out of my own self-initiative, love for supporting women. And I went to meet women at the grassroots and ask them, if you got an opportunity in oil and gas, what would you supply? And apparently those are the same sectors. Catering, cleaning, some of them said cleaning, and others were even providing liquid soap for cleaning. They are manufacturers, tailoring, uniforms. Those should be earmarked and reserved for women, so that again, when we are training, who are we looking for? When we are building capacity, we have zeroed, we are being specific. We know who we are looking for, and we can be able to make much more impactful contributions. Yeah, well, I think either Honorable Minister or the Governor had already mentioned about schemes, financial schemes to support these groups. We believe those would be definitely discussed at different levels of financial institutions, but we believe Governor is in charge of commercial banks. So when we are discussing these things, we are delivering the message home that when they are giving you reports about their performance and credits they have given out, perhaps you could ask those questions. How are we supporting the local suppliers, so that they are also accountable in as far as these initiatives are concerned? So we have capacity building, and this is definitely an interesting area for me. I love sharing knowledge and skills that I've acquired over the time of business. By the way, I didn't tell you that I've been running my business for 29 years now, since 1996. And I've come to realize that really, perhaps God led me to business, and He has nurtured me to grow it, but actually I love sharing the knowledge of business. And so it is part of something that I do, and capacity building. I believe that if I replicated myself into, even if 10,000 Ugandans, that would be a big impact. And so I am really passionate about capacity building. Again, as a cause, I know that we cannot eradicate poverty, because one of the burdens I have is really seeing poverty around. And so I feel that it is an area of where we can work together and be able to develop. Mentorship, again, I want to request you that you have a desk at the procurement level, and perhaps PPDA, as you implement your 15%, you could also ask all other government agencies to develop a desk for mentorship of small businesses and medium-sized local Ugandans, both youth, women, and people with disabilities, that they will have where to go. At URA, because of our advocacy, there are desks that we ask for to support, so that people can have appropriate services that are relevant to them. Because we generalize taxpayers, but you have medium, you have small, you have everybody's needs are different. And so I believe if we really are making effort to see capacity grown, it's something that we need to think about. Yeah, a lot of effort. I found growth speaking here. That is for women. A lot of effort are being made in Uganda, by the way, for supporting, skilling. They are all different names. But the question also comes from me, is how are we making impact? Because we keep being so general, and eventually we see all effort, duplication, but now in this case I feel that when now government agencies have started coming in, and because of your needs, you specify the needs, you align to the supplier, and then we have more meaningful engagement. I've already talked about the intervention by financial institutions to have an affordable credit. Governor, credit in Uganda, I don't know, in 2007, when we had CHOGM, I asked the late governor about our interest rate. We really had a very deep engagement that time. And his response was, be patient. We are bringing in more commercial banks. And when more commercial banks have come in, rates will go down. We are now in 2025, sir, and the rates have not gone down. I must tell you, credit in Uganda is a big problem. I'm speaking from an experience. I have borrowed money twice. It's not pleasant. When it doesn't take really a lot of sacrifice, you can find a problem. So again, leave alone the smaller businesses and the ones we are addressing today. I don't know what we are going to do about commercial lending in this country, and perhaps that's why we are seeing initiatives like Grow coming and putting in money at a better interest rate. Our suppliers can take advantage of those, but otherwise commercial lending is really, really a little bit challenging. I had already talked about the bid requirements of bonds and all these kind of things. There are so many. On the other hand, banks are beginning to innovate. There are many products they are bringing, the invoice discounting, so many which we are enjoying right now that our upcoming suppliers or young entrepreneurs could take advantage of. It's important also to know what is happening definitely from the commercial bank side. Not all is lost. There are still innovations that they are doing that are helping us, and depending on the entrepreneur's discipline, they are helping businesses. Especially now when we are talking about if you have an order from Bank of Uganda and you go to your bank, they are able to give you contracts financing. So those are, again, some of the products that the commercial banks have innovated, and depending on your relationship with the bank, at the end of it all, you are able to get a good deal. You shouldn't lose the opportunity because you don't have money. If you have a good relationship with your bank, there are those products that can be negotiated. Either invoice discounting or contract financing are options that are existing that can help. Yeah, I think that last point has already been provided for at PPDA by providing such kind of policies that are going to help. Now, I'm really, really happy, Bank of Uganda, the way you have brought these collaborative teams in this room is what we need. We have standards people, we have registration. These are the people we need. But we all have to give ourselves goals. Like I said, all we are lacking is really measurable achievements when we meet again. We should meet next year giving reports that after this conference, at URSB we registered so many. PPDA, we have evaluated, all agencies have been able to award these contracts. Those are the numbers we want to come back to see here. That there is progress being made because environment has already been created. We all have responsibilities and roles to play. So all we need is to be intentional and come back to report the progress at different levels. Yeah, I think we've already talked about the mentorship, so I don't want to dwell on that. Joint ventures. I want to inform, or maybe to share, not to inform, share experience that most of the time when we want to grow, we may not grow alone. Like the governor mentioned, I think there is a phrase he said, if you want to move far, you move together, but if you want to move wherever, you go alone. It's the same as business. My experiences have grown because of partnerships. When I went to Kenya, one of the first contracts I won from Uganda government, for your information, I am managing an extension of port of KPA on the facility for Uganda government. And so when I got that, I won that contract, I definitely needed more money, and so I had to find partners. And that is how I was able to run that port. Otherwise, I wouldn't have managed alone. And so partnerships are very critical if we want to grow. I know there is stigma around partnerships in as far as growth is concerned, but there are three important key aspects I want to share. One is you must find a partner who has competences that you don't have. It may be competence in terms of management or leadership. It may be competence in terms of resources. And so that is very, very key. It's very important. And so you cannot grow sometimes without partnering. And so it's very important to learn. And the other aspect, of course, is you must be having same values, the people you partner with, what we call character formation or alignment. And so those are very, very important key aspects when you are looking for a partner. Yeah, some of you may got big order from Bank of Uganda or any other government agencies, and you can't do it alone. Subcontracting is a normal thing. In logistics, subcontracting is the norm, is the order of the day. In logistics, we believe there is no single entity that can do work from international sources to the end. So for us, partnership and subcontracting is just the order of the day. And so I think these are things, some of the principles we have to learn so that we can be able to grow our capacities to supply Bank of Uganda and the rest of other. Anyway, I want to make conclusion. I think the next slide was conclusion. One, we have a responsibility as Ugandans and as all of us that are here in our different categories where we come from, suppliers, clients as government agencies, and all other collaborative partners, to be intentional on what we want to deliver in as far as building local capacity of the supplier is concerned. We all have roles to play. As entrepreneurs, we need to have our mindset changed and think big to grow. Some time back, we were training in our sector of freight forwarders. And when we brought the curriculum to train, some people were like, for us, we won't attend, we don't want these things, we know how to do it better. And we challenged them and said, if you don't want to learn, you won't grow. And so I think it's very, very important as entrepreneurs to look for knowledge, to learn what we don't know. And like I said, 70% role is played by us. It's not all these other groups that are here. If you want to grow your business, take a step. Learn, look for information, look for capacities you don't have, partner, collaborate, and we move on. As government agencies, be intentional in as far as our 15% is concerned. Please help us so that we can have it. and we make contribution to this nation together. Thank you so much, and have a very good day.
Let's do that again. Let's do that clapping again. Thank you very much, Madam Jennifer Mwijushe, for speaking from the heart. I could see where your passion comes from, and one can only visualize your journey when you started 29 years ago. Without the ambition that you have demonstrated, maybe you would still be counting the numbers that you did in that year. We thank you for sharing your experience, your practical proposals. I promise you on behalf of Director PDD Gloria that we shall have a follow-up conversation with you in this regard. And maybe Gloria, later as you lead the panel discussion, should share to what extent the Bank of Uganda has done or is thinking about some of these things. But we really thank you for those practical proposals. But thank you very importantly for your advocacy and mentorship of micro, small, and medium enterprises, of women entrepreneurs, of people who just don't know where to start. Many times that's the problem. Don't know where to start. And it's said that a candle loses nothing by lighting another. So we thank you for the candles you are continuing to light, and hope that you can replicate yourself more and more. As an institution whose business is research and statistics, I'm sure the governor relates very well with your call for sector and category disaggregated data. It's something that the Bank of Uganda does for a living, and maybe, again, there are conversations that can be had in that regard. Allow me to, at this point, recognize Executive Director for Administration at the Bank of Uganda, Mr. John Chemonges. Thank you for joining us. So, we have listened to very deep, very rich presentations. We've heard from the governor, who has expressed the Bank of Uganda's policy priorities and objectives and intentions. We've heard from our Honorable Minister, who has given us the government's speech, the government's position, and given us assurances of what the government wants to achieve with enabling the institutions it's building to support business in Uganda. We have also listened to a practitioner who has done it all. I think we need some time to process what we've listened to, so that when we come for the panel discussion, we give the panelists a sleepless session. So we are going to break for tea, and I ask the team that's putting it together to ensure that we can do that quickly and have a working tea. But before that, I'm going to invite the Procurement and Disposal Department. One, come here together so that we see you, but this is also your opportunity to take a photo of the year with the Honorable Minister, with the Governor, and with a keynote speaker. So I'm going to request, I don't know whether it's Innocent or George, let the team come forward and we have the picture quickly, and then we can break for tea. And for some reason, they're all dressed in black. I was ordered to wear black, which I complied with. I rely on this team very well. I'm one of the users, the user departments of the bank, So even when they asked me to come and do this work, I said I have to be very obedient because next week I'm going to be sending requests and I want PDD to help me. I think I'm going to ask you to stand over there so that you can be acknowledged by our high table. And the cameraman, you're going to have to guide us on how wide this can be. Go up. They say go up. Go up. So let's arrange ourselves on stage. According to the cameraman, it's a better view. Let's just go back, everybody. Please, let's do that quickly. You want all of them up? Okay, so the experts say everybody go up, and then we shall have the high table, yes, here. Please do so. Yes, all of you, yes. And so, Honorable Minister, Governor, our keynote speaker, this is the Procurement and Disposal Department at the Bank of Uganda. I would now, yes, let's clap for them, ladies and gentlemen. These are the people who are charged with understanding the policies and implementing everything that the Bank of Uganda is looking for to make our processes more participatory. They are friendly and they are competent. And I now wish to invite our Honorable Minister, Governor, our keynote speaker, EDA, please come forward here so that we can give these people a memorable picture. Director PDD, I request that you come down here for this part of the photo. And without a doubt, I think I should join it. Should I? Members of the Bank of Uganda Contracts Committee, please come forward. Mr. Peter Kiza, please join this picture. So we shall allow our guests to exit, and then the tea is just outside the room, and please feel free to get yourself service But come back, pick your tea, and walk back here so that we can reconvene in the next 20 or so minutes. Thank you very much.
Please, as you exit, take care of your property, the phones and the bags. Good morning once again. I think we have had the coffee, the teas, and the refreshments. We need to proceed to the next part of the agenda so that we don't keep you here beyond the time we had agreed. So this is to request that we reconvene. If you still have your coffee, please get back to the room. It's okay, we can have a working coffee. Let us reconvene. I see there is traffic at the back. Let us attend to the exhibitions at the end. They are still here with us, but we need to listen to the keynote, to the people on the panel who are going to help us break down the keynote address and give us additional insights into what we need to do to be able to get across in this particular space of public procurements. And as you've heard, you might have heard, all the promises I made in the morning are going to be fulfilled in that panel discussion. The gentleman looking for financing, please listen out to the gentleman who is the head of SME banking in Stanbic. He's going to give you insights into that particular space. So we shall have SME banking insights, financial literacy. That's the guy to ask, okay? And then, of course, on the panel, we shall also have our director, procurement and disposal, who will also give you what has the Bank of Uganda done thus far in as far as ensuring that the special interest groups and the local suppliers can be part and parcel of the public procurement. Then we have our colleagues from the Federation of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises. We have an individual who will speak to the issues that we have to deal with. So the person who is going to expound what the minister was alluding to, what are the peculiar needs, opportunities, and the particular aspects that we have to deal with as micro, small, and medium enterprises. So we have in the room, we have a colleague representing the Federation of Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. Then, of course, the people who would like to ask questions about electronic procurement. In the room, we are also blessed to have the Principal Procurement Officer, Procurement Policy and Management from the Ministry of Finance, Planning and Economic Development, and that's a person who can comfortably speak about issues of electronic government procurement. That's an individual who can also speak about sustainable public procurement, and she'll be able to give you some insights into that particular space. Of course, our regulator in the space of procurement, public procurement and disposal, we have a representative, and as I told you in the morning, he's going to speak about the aspects that deal with local content and how we can actually optimize the Buy Uganda, Build Uganda. So if we are settled, I would like to invite the panelists so that one by one they can proceed to the podium and we start this conversation. So I am going to invite the Director of Procurement and Disposal Bank of Uganda. Please lead the team to the podium so that we can start the conversation. Ronald, please do go with the director. James, accompany the director as well. Mr. Dominic Kintu, Federation of Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises, please join the director as well. Yes. Sorry, Deborah. Please, Deborah, join the panelists as well. Okay, are we fully constituted? Okay, so we are going to start this session, and the purpose of this session, because in the morning, we had the high-level conversations, we had the minister speak, we had the governor speak in the welcome remarks, and all we had were high, and the keynote address, of course, and all these gave us what we call high policy dialogues. The question is, at the end of the day, what is it that you take away from this conversation that you are going to implement for your business? And that is the purpose of why we have constituted this key panel here to discuss. And I'll just do a quick introduction, but I'll request that when they come to speak, I'll give them at least 30, 45 seconds to be able to speak about what they do in details. But to the extreme, we have the gentleman from PPDA, and he'll introduce himself. That is Ronald. And then just next to Ronald, I think that's Dominic, unless I am mistaken. but in case I have misplaced the name, he'll help me clarify. Then in the middle, our moderator, Gloria, will be moderating the session. So she'll be ensuring that we grill them to give us what practical insights, what solutions, and what impacts can we take away from this particular segment, so that we go away with workable solutions. Then the gentleman next is from MSMEs, and then NUDIP, so that we can get the conversation going. Gloria, over to you.
Thank you so much, George, our dear suppliers and all stakeholders, our exhibitors. You are all very welcome to this forum, and we have listened from right from the Honorable Minister, our Governor, who was our chief host, and as well as Jennifer, who was our keynote discussant. And from us at Bank of Uganda, one, we are serious, because someone said, is this just a conference? For sure, the governor cannot come and leave everything else when we do not mean what we are saying. And also, we cannot organize all this and spend on it if we are not serious. We are not accounting for any money, but we are here because our mission is to foster economic growth through having a sound financial system. And so as we have price stability, a sound financial system, we want to foster economic growth. And how do we foster economic growth? By partnering with you, who has potential, who believes in yourself, to stimulate innovation, to stimulate production, to stimulate especially the youth, that it is possible. You can work, you can offer your service, and you can speak to others who have offered us a service, and you will know that we are indeed serious. So today we want to share with you insights of what we have, the services that we offer, and to show that we are really serious. So our keynote speaker asked us about what does that 15% look like, and in what area and what value. Yes, to Bank of Uganda, 15% of our procurement plan is really big, and I can assure you each of us here can get a share of that piece. And all those areas that she has talked about that we can reserve, we are ready and willing to reserve for you. What do we require? Register yourself. URSB is there. Go talk to them, know what you need. NSSF is there if you fear to go to their office. Today they are available here. Let's register. We fear URA, but they are here. Speak to them. They are human beings, and they will listen to us. So we want next year in the Supplier Forum to give a report, to give testimonies of those who came for this Supplier Forum, took a step of faith, registered their businesses, and responded. Tenders are advertised in the New Vision and in the Monitor, usually on Tuesdays and Thursdays. But we also encourage you to be a friend of our website. The media team will be projecting the Bank of Uganda website, and that Bank of Uganda website, if you search for procurement, all our opportunities, you can always find them there. Yes, when we reserve for you, we will not give you very complicated bidding documents. We will work with PPDA to ensure that indeed the bidding documents are in English, but simplified enough not to intimidate you. And also, we will ensure that we continue to educate you so that you can upgrade, so that you can grow. Even this hotel is owned by a Ugandan. Yeah, we didn't want to go for some exotic place, yet Ugandans have very nice places. Even you can see the photographers, they are youth. Yeah, they're already benefiting from that reservation. So we are very happy to have you here. And so I will start off right from the regulator of public procurement. And our regulator, PPDA, represented by Ronald, Manager Capacity Building. So Ronald, I would like to ask you, this reservation, PPDA has put up so many reservations, but this reservation scheme, which was created to create a special place for special interest groups, how does one register with a PPDA to be on the special interest group register? That's the first question for you, Ronald.
Thank you, Gloria. I would want to begin by congratulating you, Gloria, to the assumption of the position of the director for the Department of Procurement. Congratulations. Like she has told you, my name is Ronald Tumuhairwe, and I work as manager local content, which is a lot to do about uplifting, promoting, and innovating local solutions, so that if anyone is procuring using government resources, the priority is actually given to our own Ugandan solutions, to our own Ugandan investors. The question beforehand is that how does one register to become a person under this category for which we have reserved procurements for special interest groups? Very simple. Very simple. One is that your business should be registered and recognized. It should be in a form that government recognizes. For example, business is registered under the URSB, you know. But we said, let's not close out people. If people are also registered at the district level as a CBO, a community-based organization, and you're registered with the Community Development Office of, let's say, Wakiso District Local Government or Mukono, you can also present your registration certificate and we look at it. And then secondly, if you're in the area of doing business, you should be tax compliant. So you should have something that shows, and it comes from URA and shows that you're tax compliant, or there is no tax problem with your establishment or with your company. And once you have those two things, you simply submit these on what we call the Electronic Government Procurement Platform. It's an online platform, and you register as a supplier. When you attach those two things, we actually look at them, and then we also request you, we made a subsidization. For all other people to register as suppliers on this platform, they pay 150,000 shillings. And if they are into the business of construction works, they pay 180,000 shillings. But if you're a woman-owned, you are a youth-owned, or a business owned by a person, or as a person with disability, in one form or another, you pay only 50,000 shillings. You know, that's a difference of 100,000 shillings and more. And then we register you on this platform. We have created a disaggregated database where special interest groups and enterprises and businesses are reflected. So government institutions that are doing reservations, because it's a requirement anyway, they have this as a starting point. So they are able to go to this disaggregated database that shows women, youth, or persons with disability-owned enterprises, and they'll be able to shortlist you. So the registration process is basically that you need those three requirements. Go to the website. If you cannot get onto the website, which is, by the way, very easy, you can even do it on your phone. And I've seen an EGP desk behind there that can support you. If you cannot do it, you can call us. Our landline, straight to the people who register, is 0414 311 168. I will read it again, 0414 311 168. It is not a general line. It goes straight to the help desk of people that are doing this registration, and they will take you through. And in one day, if we have received your credentials and they are all okay, we put you up on that database so that the visibility goes up right away, and you will be amazed. In 3-4 days, people will start calling you, first, of course, to make inquiries from your business, and if they can get what they want from you, that will be the beginning of business. However, that said, for people who are not even registered yet with PPDA and you're working directly with the Bank of Uganda, you can still present those different credentials through the bank or another institution that you're doing business or you want to do business with. And if these bring it to our attention, we still gather that information from their point, and then we add you to this database that provides visibility for your company as a special interest group.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Ronald. And yeah, I was interested in two things. You can register at your district. So if you are in Kabale and maybe you think URSB is far, you can register as a community-based organization. And let me tell you something. Soon, Bank of Uganda has branches in many areas, but we also do town hall meetings like these in many different districts. I think next week we shall be in Bushenyi. So if you're here and you're registered fully in Bushenyi and you can offer us services, we will start reserving such services in those districts to the special interest groups, to the women-owned enterprises, to the youth, and to the persons with disabilities. But let me first ask the representative from New Deep. Okay, so one, to tell us more about the role of New Deep, which is the National Union for the persons with disabilities, but also what practical interventions are required to enhance participation of persons with disabilities in the procurement process. What can we do to ensure that you participate in serving us? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. As you know, we want first to say thank you, Bank of Uganda, for such a wonderful program like this. We appreciate it. This is a step, and we hope we can continue on. As NODIPU is National Union of Disabled Persons of Uganda, an umbrella organization for persons with disabilities. The minister, as our guest of honor, previously told us there are many groups, but NODIPU is a coordinating entity, unified voice advocating for the deaf, for the visually impaired, those are the blind, for the physical. The physical, you can see them anywhere around. There are those who are deaf blind. Somebody is deaf at the same time is blind. We have albinism. Those ones you can easily see their color has changed. We have little people. You see them all the time like they are small children, and yet they are truly mature people. The height is the challenge. We have also epilepsy. Many people here will have epilepsy, and it's because it's not easily seen, so we can't get to know. Unless the person gets seizures, that's when you will identify this person. Many of us, even in our organizations, they don't say out themselves. We also have psychosocial disabilities. You've seen many of the people, mental health issues. Somebody has committed suicide, somebody has gone up and fallen down. Those are disabilities, but we don't know, as community, we don't know. The things are going more wider and wider. All these categories are our members of NODIPU. So NODIPU works to advocate for all of them. Our vision is we are an advocacy organization, so we advocate for laws in the parliament. Now, back to you, members. the local suppliers who are responsible for implementation. In the area of PDEA, NUDIPU's role is to promote and encourage developing the small enterprises, persons with disabilities. We also have over 15 years working with the iSave program. What do we mean? This, we say inclusive saving. This is an opportunity for this group members of persons with disabilities. Whenever they get this grant, they can also do some business as a household income. Their businesses are not all that big. At least it helps them to get food, to educate their children, and also to make their lives better. So our role is to coordinate with the government. Like, for example, Ministry of Gender, Labor, and Social Development. We call them a mother ministry, where all disability issues go through. We appreciate the members at the ministry and bringing all these different groups of persons with disabilities. That's why now you see that persons with disabilities have gotten businesses going up. We also engage with the microfinance institutions and banks. That issue of interest is still a challenge. Persons with disabilities fear the interest. So we engage with them. Part of things like security, they don't have security. So we give them, how can they be best given access to finance or loans? So we engage majorly with the Opportunity Bank, which has done good. It has supported persons with disabilities. The Post Bank has encouraged and has supported persons with disabilities. And we feel that let other banks also copy. And if you feel you want to support persons with disabilities, just come to NODIPU. We shall do the needful. Another issue is to monitor. Our role is to monitor the implementation of these policies or these laws. Now, what practicals do we refer to? First of all, what we should appreciate is persons with disabilities stigmatized and marginalized in the community developments. They fear to join other groups in the communities. That is a big challenge. But if we solve the stigma, confidence building, they can join. They have ideas, they have knowledge, they can work with the others. Ronald has talked about registration. Yes. I want to be honest with you. Most of our members have small businesses. If you see, like, for example, behind the exhibition, you can imagine those are 3 small enterprises. One is almost going to medium. But those small enterprises, what does it mean? We need skills, we need capacity building, we need training tailored to their needs. We cannot generalize the training for all. We need needs assessment and assessment tailored to particular needs. On the issue of procurement competition, there are so many criteria, so many papers down. Persons with disabilities, their education is very low. How can they understand these documents? These criteria, the tender is so big. So those are some of what persons with disabilities go through. Also, our members understand, like 3 million given from central government, and 30 million given to the central government. Our members are not aware of this. Local government focuses youth, women, and women with disabilities. All this information is remaining at the national level. So what do we do? I want to say, Bank of Uganda, may you please popularize this information to the local governments too. Many times, the laws, the frameworks remain up and they don't go down to the grassroots. When you go, please call for regional meetings so that other persons with disabilities also get to know about this information. We are talking about registration, the system in the database. You need to research accessibility standards. Like, for example, the blind people, can they access this information? Can they access this registration? Put this in your minds as you talk about it. I also encourage, yes, website. Try to also improve in your website, sign language. Put somebody to sign in order to guide the deaf. Because we have deaf people who also have businesses, so that they comply with these criteria that have been put in. Also, I want to request your regional offices. The staff, I saw them standing here. They have introduced themselves, build their capacity on disability inclusion. So that when like a person like deaf or blind goes to engage with them, they know how to serve us really. One thing I want to appreciate, also inclusion of reasonable accommodation. This point is very, very good. I can see their interpreters here. Yes, online people are working on and they are following. And so I encourage all the bank and the Bank of Uganda always to involve this. Improve all your services and put reasonable accommodation for all. We in UDIP, we are here to support in disability inclusion. You can contact us. We can come and train. We can do accessibility audit. We can monitor. And we can give you different tools. As partners, we can always work with you. Thank you very much.
I think she needed a standing ovation. Oh my God. Yeah, we are all gifted differently, and being disabled does not mean that you are unable, because we have learned, first of all, the disability circle includes much more than we thought we did. But also what we've learned is that we need to simplify, Ronald, the bidding document even further to ensure that if people with disabilities can actually follow them. The deaf, what bidding document do we have for them? That's not for now. The blind, how do we ensure they read these bidding documents? But to assure you, as Bank of Uganda, we are very determined. This coming year, that starts 1st July, we are going to work very closely with UDIP, with the persons with disabilities. We are going to reserve supplies to our upcountry branches, to the UDIP people, except if they can't. We have the power to do it, we have the enabling law to do it, and we have the willing spirit, as you heard from our governor. So we promise we will work with you to the extent that you are able to work with us. Of course, together with PPDA and URA, to see if they can allow a few things to be simplified. We are very honored, and yeah, we have learned a lot. So that, since we're talking about financing, I'll go to my neighbor. And I'll ask from let me first go to Stanbic. Okay, from Stanbic Bank, as you have heard, I didn't hear them say that, you know, these banks have been very welcoming. They've talked about Post Bank. They've talked about Opportunity Bank. So I am asking, on behalf of the Uganda Banking Association, you as the big banks, how can banks reduce the cost of credit for these medium and small enterprises? And kind of contract financing do you give, not only to the UDIP guys, but to the youth who are just starting up, to the women. You know, women, we go through a lot. Sometimes we are stigmatized without being told that we are being stigmatized. So what hope can you give the intending suppliers here, but who lack financing?
So thank you, Bank of Uganda, for organizing this session, but we also appreciate you for the various engagements you have had countrywide to try and sensitize the public about your offering, but also what banks are doing with you in terms of SCF, in terms of SBRF, and also now that we are here with you to enable the suppliers. My name is James Junguru. I come here to, I come in as head enterprise banking. My head is not in, but at the bank I support ecosystems, value chains, and regional coverage. But that still is an enabler of small and medium businesses that we bank. So when it comes to enabling suppliers get cheaper financing or reduce the cost of borrowing, cost of borrowing to start with is determined by the demand for money. And in most cases, when we receive deposits, the depositors, who are you need a return on that. And in most cases, there are investment options in terms of treasury bills and bonds, and you'll find that somehow the yields, the other sides, are high. And that means when we are lending to you, we must give value to those that have given us money. So in most cases, that will determine the interest rates for us. But you as a small enterprise or a micro, medium, and small enterprise, how would you ensure that you reduce the cost of borrowing? First and foremost, it's important to prefer short-term lending. So in most cases, enterprises are borrowing for longer tenor, say 12 months, when the need for money is actually to finance a contract, to finance a contract maybe I've gotten with Bank of Uganda or any off-taker, and that contract is going to run for a month or two. So that means it's preferable you borrow for a shorter period of time, say the 2 months. That means you'll also be paying the interest on those 2 months. So let's prefer shorter tenor. And you can only benefit from a shorter tenor when you have a limit. And what do I mean by a limit? If you're a supplier of Bank of Uganda, you know very well that you are going to bid, you'll get a contract at one time, and that contract will tie in your money. So when you bid, you'll have a bid security. When you get the contract, we need to enable you deliver on it. And when you deliver on it, your capital is tied. And you may get more jobs either in Bank of Uganda or any other employer or off-taker. So that means it's preferable you have a limit with the bank, and that limit is drawn or requested for every time you have a job that you are going to execute in regard to that money. You must avoid having redundant money for a longer period of time, because when you have money for a longer period of time, as kind as Africans are, and given the mass problems we have as human beings, and also the many people who may know about your money and come with all the good investment options, chances of misusing the money are high. So borrow only when you need the money. The other thing is, make sure that when you borrow, you pay. So in our risk grading, we risk customers based on how they have been paying loans. And we have gone far to have tools that can grade you and know that you borrowed from, say, a telecommunication company 500,000 and you never paid it. So if you have not been paying credit very well, that means your risk is high. And when your risk is high, that means when we are pricing you, we price you at a higher rate compared to the person whose risk grading is low. And some of the things that will determine your risk how do you, when you borrow, how long does it take you to pay? And do we need to chase you to pay? How is your CRB card or your credit reference bureau card? And now the card number is the national ID. So you cannot run away from being rated. So every time you borrow, be sure that you are being rated on that card, and we are able to know how you are paying your loans. Then the other issue is borrow for the right purpose and borrow for that period. There are businesses that are seasonal. Say you are a distributor or a stockist. Mostly your things, fast moving consumables, move during the festive periods. So if you borrow during the festive periods, that means you stock. Once you stock, you sell, and when you have sold, you pay back. That means you are not going to stay with money for even a long period of time. It can be 2 months or 3 months. And that means even if interest rate is around 18 to 20%, when you divide it by 12, you are going to pay for only the 3-month period for which you have held money. And lastly, let's go for structured financing. Structured financing means that we shall align your loan in regard to the activity you are going to do and schedule all payments based on what you are going to get. I will give an example. If you get a contract to supply maybe beverages or supply anything at Bank of Uganda, so we shall structure your contract to give you a bid security or a bid bond, then enable you deliver your first consignment and be able to invoice. So when you invoice and at that time you need money, we have an invoice discount. And once we have that invoice discount, we give you money to do other things. You may need to do a contract in maybe another bank or do a contract in a local government or in URI, anywhere. So some money is released for you as we wait for the payment to come. But in that process, we are very close to the employer, who is Bank of Uganda or any other entity, to make sure that you are not going to write to them to divert the money to go to another bank, because already you have credit with us. So the reputation, the credibility of the procurement teams that sit into entities that have accepted a domiciliation. A domiciliation is a document where you say, please send this money to Stanbic Bank or send it to Bank of Africa or any other bank of choice. That document is not supposed to be changed without the consent of the counterparty, who is the bank that extended credit and is saying that, and that credit was largely dependent on the procurement contract that was awarded. So when we structure the contract, we even don't need collateral. So when we don't need collateral, that means you have been saved of things of mortgage registration, legal fees for collateral, and all those costs that come with the credit coming with the collateral or being collateralized. And we can go further if you are maybe importing, and we involve what we call a collateral manager. Bank of Uganda may need lab solutions that should be imported. And when they are being imported, they are quite expensive and they will require a lot of money. So we can structure to follow up the importation through letters of credit. When the ingredients come, they go to a collateral manager and they are delivered directly to Bank of Uganda to enable them pay you. So we follow the entire transactional cycle in a structured manner to enable you perform. Because the biggest risks we should enable you cover is performance risk. When performance risk is mitigated, that means you will be paid, and payment risk is also mitigated. But for this to happen, you must have a relationship with the financial institution. If you don't have a relationship with the financial institution, it becomes very hard for you to enter a borrowing relationship. It's like marriage. You can't give birth without marrying. but you can have that shortcut, which is a little bit difficult sometimes.
Thank you so much, James. So James has told us, first court your bank, you're being courtship with your bank, then they'll be able to give us money, but we continue pushing you that push out a facility. You know there are opportunities everywhere. Go push out a facility for new deep members. Go push out a facility for the youth. Then come to us and tell us, you can give them a contract, I will finance them, make sure you pay me. Let's make things a little bit easier to them so that actually the real person, the real muntu wa wansi gets some of this money. So thank you so much, James, and you have all heard they can structure for you your financing. Take a walk into that bank. Do not just die with your problems. Otherwise, there are solutions for us. Some of us call ourselves small, 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 and we focus on problems of small, small, small. So I am here with the Executive Director, Federation for Micro, Small, and Medium Enterprises. And I would like to start by asking, are there success stories among your members in small and medium enterprises and micro enterprises from the procurement efforts of government? Are there some success stories? Because many people talk about the problems. Any success stories that you can share with us so that we know maybe they can be mentors to some of our youth who are here and wonder how they begin?
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Chintu Daniel Dominic, representing the Federation of Small and Micro Enterprises in Uganda. I would like to thank you, Bank of Uganda, for this opportunity for Federation of Small and Micro Enterprises to air out our insights on how you can work with us and to give our views on how best stakeholders, small and micro enterprises in Uganda. So you've about the success stories. But before I do that, I wanted to share few statistics with the audience, so that basing on that, we can actually see whether government effort is actually yielding results. So in Uganda, we have a national entrepreneur index of 54%. Now, that captures the effort that government is putting in to promote and sustain small and medium enterprises and micro enterprises. So at 54%, it is averagely healthy ecosystem for us to do business. But again, when you look at the rate at which small and micro enterprises die, in other words, the mortality rate, it is also so high. Out of 100 businesses that start, only 54 survive. The 46% collapse before their 5th birthday. And of those which survive their 5th birthday, just about 18% will go into seeing their 7th or up to 10th birthday. So the question is, what is the missing link? And when you compare the rate of our entrepreneurial spirit in Uganda with other countries, ours is far much higher than even the one in the US and in Japan. It is 7% and 11% respectively. And ours is up to 30%. The appetite we have for starting businesses is extremely high. But the question is, why is the appetite so high? The attitude is so good. In fact, our attitude is up to 78% and willingness to work. But what happens in between? We have the urge to identify ideas and start, but what happens between the time we start business and then we collapse before 5 years? That is where the Bank of Uganda and other government institutions need to help. Because starting is not a challenge for Ugandans. They will identify deals. They will identify opportunities. They will start. And actually these days, as a matter of fact, serious entrepreneurs do register. They really do register. They visit the URSB, the PPDA, the licensing, the KCCA, and all that, they do it. But along the way, they get stuck. Now, part of the submission that I want to make is, before I give you the success stories, is part of the reason why we see a lot of starting and then so many collapses along the way. And this is what the Bank of Uganda is intending to solve. How do you build our capacity, to continue in business? Now, in Uganda, nascent enterprises, small and micro enterprises, are as vulnerable as the youth, as the PWDs, and the women. The ones which are starting are very, very vulnerable to so many factors in Uganda. Call them taxation, lack of finance, lack of suitable premises, transport, and on and on and on. So, in fact, as the governor mentioned that they provided 15% to these special groups, startups are actually special interest groups in this category. And if necessary, they should include them in. Because startup of 1, 2, 3, 4 years are struggling. Doing business in Uganda or small and micro enterprises in Uganda is a survival for the fittest. Is trying to survive in the jungle, where lions don't want to eat you, but they don't want you to get food. This is what happens in Uganda. They may not want to eat you, they don't want to kill your business, but they give you little or no opportunity to earn. All of you here who do business know that even a small income of as little as 1 million entering into your business account can actually save you the whole year. Because you may be stuck simply because of 1 million. And then the eligibility criteria for getting procurement deals and businesses from government, from institutions, is so complicated. Yeah? The keynote speaker actually showed it to us very well. The criteria is complicated. The language is complicated. They're asking things of people who actually have never actually seen those things, are not capable of presenting them. And briefly, I'll go to my colleague in the banking sector. Can you vary these interest rates? So that I'm not charged the same interest rate as a big player, the big boys, the big corporations. So that if you're going to give me money less than 100 million, my interest rate is not going to be as big as someone who is getting 700 million, 1 billion. Because we are not on the same level ground. We are playing in a different field altogether. We have very little cushion in our businesses. So can the banks vary? I've been informally discussing with him that some of you are not geared for SMEs. You simply want the big boys. And I gave them a scenario which happened to me. You want 10 million, 25 million, they want you to get 70. Are you helping me? My need is 25. Give me the 25. Can you vary the interest rate? Can you vary the interest rate for people with disabilities? Because we know the challenges that they face. As a matter of fact, nascent businesses in Uganda, while some people with disabilities cannot move, the businesses cannot move financially, you get stuck. So we want you to vary. Now, let me give examples of success stories. In our world, in the SMEs, we have success stories ranging from big businessmen that you know, whose names I will not mention. They all give you their stories and they tell you, we started small, I had a small shop, they graduated to a small workshop, now they have industries. I do not want to mention name by name, but you know of those stories. And in the previous conferences that have happened here, people have come out to show. Maybe I can mention one lady who does wine. What is her name? I tend to forget. From hibiscus, Bella Wine. She's one testimony. She can tell you how she started. I can give you an example of Mr. Antake, of Mr. Mwanga, of Luca Plastics. They started small. Now, all those, they may have been helped in one way or the other, but government needs to help the nascent enterprises more. Give us the opportunities. Split the deals. For example, if Bank of Uganda needs procurement services or maybe of some goods in a currency center X or in Masaka, Jinja, why don't you split that big deal which you would give to one individual and you ask me for a lot of requirements that I cannot handle? You want to see a bank statement that reflects up to 300 million. The deal you're giving, can you split it into smaller smaller individuals, micro and small, so that they can do it. And as a matter of fact, I want to inform the audience. Some of these big deals they give to big companies end up being accomplished by small individuals. I am a live example. My experience on NASA Road is that we do the work that you gave those other people, which you refuse to give to us. They bring it to us and we do it informally. Okay? In fact, as a matter of fact, I have ever done sweaters and shirts for Bank of Uganda, but I never had a contract with you. I never had. So give us those opportunities so that we grow. Because if we don't get incomes of 20, 50 million and so on, how do you expect me to join the medium class without getting those opportunities? At least don't compromise on quality, but give me the opportunity. Don't ask me for too much. For example, some of us have stock of materials, which is equivalent to the amount of money you want to see on my account. And I don't have it. I have the machine that does the work, which is worth 200 million. I do not have the bank balance of even 50 million, which you want to see. Test me, let me do the samples. Now, another challenge that we have is procurement officers, and now I'm not talking of BOU, in several institutions in Uganda, government departments, have become middlemen. The procurement officer, who is supposed to sift through so many bids, okay, to find who the suitable candidate who will provide goods and services, he becomes a middleman because despite all government efforts, good policies and regulations and support and so on, it is hard to pinpoint success stories amongst SMEs and even these special interest groups. The question is, who is benefiting? Who are these beautiful policies working for? There is someone there who has no face. He's very informed. He knows when the tender is coming in. He knows the eligibility criteria. He knows the shortcuts. He knows who to see. Kindly, procurement officers, do your procurement work. Don't become middlemen.
Okay.
Yeah? Don't create small companies or factories of sorts in your organization. When I come to do, for example, printing, this officer has a small business of printing. There is no way I'm going to get that work. Be satisfied. If you chose to be in employment, let me be in business. Let me offer you the service.
Exactly.
Okay? So we are willing, and our willingness is up to 78% to do work. Now, another challenge that we have is the startups. Yeah? Okay. Startups sometimes are by people who have expertise, the skills. They have resigned from certain factories or companies or organizations, but they do not have the experience. Here you are asking for experience of having supplied A, B, C, D for 10 years. Surely, if I have the expertise and you don't give me the opportunity to supply you, give me even if it is for 5 million so that I start building my profile. But if, in fact, PPDA, if you can categorize suppliers also by the years they have spent in the field, it can also help so that you apportion certain pieces of work. Some pieces of work don't need a lot of expertise. They don't need a lot of experience. There is not even a security risk at them. I'm actually talking at Bank of Uganda. Some of it is ordinary, for example, printing, branding. Why don't you give it to a nascent entrepreneur? So, make sure he can do the quality, but don't deny him because he has not done this for 10 years. That is why you see the mortality rate of SMEs is high, because not necessarily of lack of capital, CGI registration, and complicated procedures and so on. It is lack of opportunities. Lack of opportunities from government, and government is the biggest supplier of money. Is the one that has the potential, which is almost unlimited, to give some small jobs to individuals. Now, just as I conclude, the micro, we tend to dwell on small and medium, but there is the micro, whose registration can only be as a bribe to a tax official, to a KCC official on the village to operate a small kiosk. How are you going to help him? Are you going to ask him of a license? Are you going to ask him of a registration certificate? Are you going to ask him to register with PPDA, of URSB, of NSSF, of UNBS? Is it logical? Does it make sense? Most of our parents actually worked at that micro level to be able to pay for us. They are vendors, okay? They are vendors. Their license is as small as a bribe, 20,000 bribe to a KCC official. And I'm not saying that I should promote it, but I'm saying all these eligibility criteria you're saying, can they cover such a person? That person has that address, you know where he works. He sells his humble goods and services, but he cannot be helped. Okay, PDM has come, good, and other programs have come, but the banks shy away from us. Banks, actually, some of them don't want to deal with us. If you attend some of our forums at FSME, we actually tell them that some banks are not meant for you. And we are actually telling them, don't have an account in a bank that is never going to help you. Opening an account, you know it's easy. When you go, they will accept. Come back for a loan. You ask for these micro of things they have never seen. They are not even able to see. In fact, if you give a micro entrepreneur, let's say a loan of 500,000 and at a very low interest rate, you'll be shocked that tomorrow you'll be surprised he has put stalls, he has upgraded his business. Then one point of information I wanted to give to the previous lady who gave a keynote speech is that according to the Federation of Small and Micro Enterprises, there are 1,134,000 business enterprises that are registered, because she was asking for the number. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and it is very clear you have represented a bigger percentage of the audience's problems, and you've aired out their pains. And I would like to say that the reason why we organized this is that we wanted to, first of all, allay your fears. Maybe let me start from, do we ask for all those requirements? Of course, if you're going to supply an enterprise risk management system that is costing $1 billion, we shall. But when we are buying our materials, when we are making our uniforms, when we are buying our stationery, we, as Bank of Uganda, we stopped asking for those bank statements with much millions turnover of this. I am sure it's more than 5 years ago. We actually give the list of the materials one by one, soda alone, books alone, reams of paper alone, bulbs alone, and you'll find that in one tender, we have 31 winners. And that tender maybe has 40 lots. Reason, we split so that we can attract as many as possible. The first attempt we made in 2016 to buy uniform, we tried to follow that tender, the PPD reservations, and Ronald is here. And of course, the big people who can go through that reservation said we were small, because someone who supplies uniform to UPDF, those are tens of thousands, will not supply to 100 people. So when we went back out, we got people from Chiembe who were determined. But we gave the first lady a purchase order, and it was 100 million. Mind you, we didn't ask for security, we didn't ask for anything. And then she said, mukwate order ya muchera because you don't want me to supply you. And the staff were here, and we had to get that order and split it. One order for shirts, one order for skirts, one order for waistcoats, another order for trousers. So we told her, okay, now can you supply shirts? We pay you. After that, then you can go get the trousers. And then we said, can you work with your other friends in the market? But you know, these people don't know how to work together. Yes. So we try, but I think we also want the business community to collaborate, work together. So if one of you, if you have got something of 10 million and you think maybe it's big, share with others, because when we give a local person, we believe we've created a multiplier effect. And in our procurement laws, they do not disallow subcontracting, because that one would help us. We try to use samples where we can use samples to avoid asking for performance securities and to avoid asking for turnover. And so we want to promise that the reason why we've called you here is, yes, we know, as usual, we understand what your problems are, but as you registered there, we hope that you put the specific category in which you fall, what you supply, and what you do. And since it was online, it means that your information is already live with us. If you didn't register, please put there. What we want to promise is that for us, we do not do business inside the bank. That is why we have our email address, that if you report me on that email, everyone, the whole world, so many people read it. And our email is very easy, procurement@bou.or.ug. When you meet a problem with any of us, or anyone who has sent you an email, or anyone who has asked you for anything, who we believe would not be from there. But what we know that even out there are rotten apples. When we publish our notice of the winners, some people don't yet know that they have won. And there are people who are busy monitoring the website. To know that there is a winner, I can go and con them and tell them I'm from Bank of Uganda, so you have won, give me so that I can give you a contract. So let us have knowledge, because knowledge is power. So our parting remarks, and I will get parting remarks from Ronald. And from Ronald, my parting, what I want you to speak to us in 2 minutes is, I hope that as government has put up this effort, that as Bank of Uganda, as a procurement entity, we are trying to reserve money for new deep guys, for the ladies, for the youth. The problem that we find is that many people don't want to put in effort. Now people, the youth, are going to be used, okay, to become just conduits and earn a commission. How? They are going to say, you come, you put me as a shareholder because I'm a youth. National ID, me, I'm in the youth bracket. So you come, me, you register me as a shareholder without voting rights, but with rights to win for you a tender in BOU. So they, instead of supplying their services, many youth want to become middlemen and to be used and dumped at some point. We are now going to see very many people on the list of New Deep. We pray that you New Deep, you help us. You do not bring very able people, because now everyone is going to say, I have mental health, so that they can become persons with disabilities to supply us. So we are hoping that New Deep, you are going to sieve properly, that when we ask you for your database and we are dealing with you, I don't find everyone with a headache on New Deep list, that now they are persons with disabilities. So we are going to rely on you. Same goes to Uganda Women Entrepreneurs and many others, because people, when the opportunities come, they prefer short-termism to become agents instead. I have a bad experience with some youth and some local suppliers we have gone out to. We have one who, after giving him a tender, and we are happy that we have given a local contractor, we have tried to waive a few things so that they can win, and you give them money, they go and buy a big monster of a car from the staged payment, and the site is abandoned. So you know, you Ugandans, we want to support you, but I think we also have to be ethical, responsible, and willing to work, not to disappoint others. Because you make us wonder, maybe we should just continue going to the Chinese. Because now if we pay you, but they encourage us to give you money, we pay, the work doesn't continue. You go buy a monster of a car and you start parking it at some places, and our site is abandoned. We have another Ugandan, we gave him a contract to go and construct a health facility. After the people have done all the work, after we pay, he refuses to pay his workers. So I think as Ugandans, let us also come with clean hands so that we can be supported. I think we all need to have that ethical responsibility. So Ronald, what parting shots do you have? On behalf of the bank, I want to promise we have our 15% is very significant. It is not in hundreds of millions. Our 15% is in billions. And we are ready and we are reserving it. But my fear, with all these requirements, we may fail to get enough people on that reservation to eat all our 15%, Ronald. Please assure me that you're going to lessen a few things so that people can chew our 15% reservation, because it is not little. I fear to say it here. It is not little.
Thank you, Gloria. We can give her a round of applause for that assurance. If all government institutions gave suppliers this kind of assurance, we would be very far as a country from our perspective as a regulator. So we commend you and we thank you. As I make my parting shots, I'll begin with that point that you actually ended at on people coming in as proxies to take advantage of these policies of government. We have seen it with local providers where they actually win tenders through these policies, then they get paid out a few million shillings and they sell the contract. So we hope this is not going to happen for the special interest groups. And in fact, as a measure, we are saying on an annual basis, we are going to be reviewing the people on this database. So if the definition does not fit you anymore, you have since gone out of the bracket of youthhood. You have since changed your sex. God forbid, you're no longer a woman. We are going to weed you out because we know people are going to hide behind women, behind the youth, you know. But for you to get on this list and to benefit, we have clearly defined and said your enterprise should be owned, majority of ownership should be the women, should be the youth, should be the persons with disabilities, and then we want to see an element of control and management in that company. You don't do all the work and then the money is siphoned out by other groups of people that are already benefiting from this country. Now, I have listened in very ardently to the issues and problems of people in the House. I want to give you the following assurances. PPDA as a regulator is responsive to the private sector. Number one, we have tackled the bidding document, and we have said for special interest groups, we have created and developed a separate, simplified bidding document. The reason my ED is actually not here is because we are launching these bidding documents, and we started issuing these bidding documents yesterday, and we are sensitizing the procurement cadre across the country. But among the bidding documents that are going to be on our website for procurement professionals to issue out is a simplified bidding document. And again, this is not going to be static. If people from BOU come and tell us the following provisions need to be improved or they need to be softened much further, we shall give them a listening ear. Things to do with bid security. In the guideline to promote special interest groups, we have clearly said if people are participating under this reservation, no entity should ask them for bidding or bid security. You simply provide for them where to sign and make a commitment on something we call a bid securing declaration form. There is what we call bidding fees. If you want to participate, people come to you and say, please first pay 50,000 or 100,000 to receive a bidding document. We are saying, under this guideline, that for these reservations, women, youth, and persons with disabilities, if they come under this reservation specifically, and they want the bidding document, give it to them at free of charge. I mean, how much is 50,000 to Bank of Uganda? And we are happy to note that entities of government, such as Bank of Uganda, are actually being responsive, and we are grateful, and we are going to continue spreading the gospel across the divide. So with those few remarks, I want to assure you that we are going to partner with entities to sensitize procurement professionals on what is expected of them. The challenges associated with business may not all cease. In fact, in the keynote address, Madam Jennifer said we should not see the risks alone and miss the opportunities. The risks are there, you know. The risks are there, but let's see the opportunities. What has government put in place? If you have challenges, go to your allies, go to the Federation, go to PPDA. We are available here. We want to listen. If someone is asking you for kitu kidogo, do not die in the movie alone. You come to PPDA and say, at this institution, for me to be paid, it is taking so long, and someone is asking for some little money, you know? And there are people that we have worked with under different umbrella bodies, and we have addressed some of these issues. You're not going to bring down a whole mountain in one day, but you have to take it down one bit at a time, you know? I like working out and exercise, and many times we go out there to run, and you run 42 kilometers in, let's say, 4 hours, but it all starts with one step, you know? The leap you make at the start, and then before you know it, you have covered a whole distance of 42 kilometers. This is what has actually happened with some of the SMEs. We have a number of examples. If you go on our website, we have made some documentaries of women entrepreneurs that started small, and they never participated before or had never participated before in bidding with government. But as we speak, they will tell you that they have got contracts from within government, and because of the experience they've got from government, they have even got contracts with international agencies of, let's say, the UN. We have a documentary for that, which we just shot, I think 2 months ago, when we were working on a small project to look at what opportunities, what challenges are women encountering. And the same actually applies for the youth. For further discussion, please reach us on our social media handles, on Twitter, on YouTube, and if you want to have a physical interaction with us, we are located at Nakasero Road, plot 39. There is a tower there called PPDA URF Tower. Feel free to walk in. We have people in what we call an advisory unit. They'll give you free legal services and advisory. We have people that can give you information on EGP. And again, we partner with different people, the Ministry of Finance. You know, I see some of my colleagues here from the policy unit. Please feel free to reach out there if you have challenges with entities. As PPDA, we are going to heighten our monitoring, our audit, and compliance systems to be able to find who is actually implementing these guidelines and who is not implementing these guidelines. I want to end by thanking you, Gloria, thanking the entire procurement team and the bank, and all of you providers and potential providers that made time to come and listen into this discussion. And again, even after here, I'll be very available to interact with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ronald. Okay, so from Stanbic Bank, 1 minute, your parting shots, because we have some questions.
Absolutely. Thank you, team and panelists. So in terms of the marginalized groups achieve more when they are working together, especially the youth, the disabled, the women, then the MSMEs, as indicated by my colleague. So if you're working in a group, you have cheap financing in Stanbic Bank at 10% under our group lending and circle lending. If you are a women group or a lady, we have grow money. I think we are among the few banks that got money last. That means we still have much of that money at 10%. And if you get a contract with Bank of Uganda, or if you're in a contracting process, we can enable you from the bidding process up to getting that. When you get that contract, we finance it, we discount your invoice, and enable you close out the contract when you have earned through our financing solutions. Now finally, when you sleep, in most cases you have to close the door. We cannot underestimate the power of risk or the presence of risk in our relationship between the employer, the banks, and you, the suppliers. The team that was arraigned here is a procurement team. The procurement team is mandated to deliver value for Bank of Uganda in the process of procurement. They must negotiate, they must offer contracts, and ensure they mitigate the risk of performance. Performance means if you are given a contract, you are able to execute on it. And that starts with a bidding process, that when you start a bidding process, you don't withdraw and leave them in berserk. Then when you are given the contract, you are able to execute it. And that comes with a performance guarantee up to the last minute of the contract in terms of a defect liability. So those risks, they have to make sure that they mitigate them. Now, for you on your end, you must make sure that you are paid. And when you are paid, that is when you are able to pay the bank. So the two key risks, which is performance and payment risk, are the risks we come to cause a balance. We come in the middle of a subset. You know, there are two sets, A and B. Then in the middle, there is a subset. And that is where the banks come to cause comfort to the employer and the contractor. And in that financing process, if you're a bank and you're unable to finance a contract issued by Bank of Uganda, then you risk your existence. So that means when you get contracts from Bank of Uganda and you visit us in Stanbic Bank, we shall finance it. Last but not least, you will not run away from emerging issues when it comes to procurement. One, technical expertise. Seek out for knowledge and always look for it. And knowledge is not free. You need technical expertise, you need to engage auditors, you need to engage the taxman, you need to engage URSB, and be able to be ready. Make sure you comply with tax, because even if you come to the bank, we are not going to lend you if you are not tax compliant. And in most cases, you ask why. You ask, are you an agent of the taxman? We are not agents of the taxman, but if we disburse a loan to you and you are tax non-compliant, then immediately we receive a tax notice. Our priority is to pay the tax, not even to pay ourselves according to the law. We don't give you the money, we don't pay ourselves, but we pay the taxman, because tax payment is a constitutional obligation of everyone, individual and businesses. So that's why you must make sure that you have no issues with the taxman. You would rather have issues with God, because God forgives. But the taxman has to collect the taxes.
Thank you so much. When you pay your tax, we give you business, you get more money. So the money for paying the tax, we give it to you by you supplying us. Please don't go out without going to that URA desk. Ask them, okay, start by getting a tin, okay? Because there are some supplies of below 1 million. We are not going to ask you for a tax clearance certificate. We will just say, give us your tin. If we are going to pay you 1.5, we will ask for your tin, we withhold 6%. You get your service, even URA gets something, and we all move away very happily. So it's not bad for us to pay a tax, but it is bad for us to stay there stuck. I will end with because I know for you there are going to be many questions for you, so I will spare you meanwhile. I'll go back to our new DEEP program manager. Your parting shots. Before your parting shots, this is a promise from Bank of Uganda. We have realized that the new DEEP special interest group is more special than the others and needs extra special attention, and we promise you an extra engagement which is strictly for persons with disabilities. We want to hold your hand. We want to learn what you have. We want to know what you can do so that we have something for you. And Ronald, I think you will allow us to reserve, when we are reserving for PWDs, given they are blind, they are deaf, they don't hear, they have so many. So let's reserve for them, specifically for them. So if we say this is for persons with disabilities, understand us, because they can't still compete with youth. You know, youth run on 4 legs, they are very IT compliant, but these persons with disabilities, when we say this is reserved for persons with disabilities, please don't say we are segregating, but let's agree that they need an extra hand to uplift them further. That we promise you. Yeah. So your parting shots, madam.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate all the speakers, it's so wonderful. In summary, what I want to say, yes, practically, before, what did I say? Information is power. From now onwards, we as NODIPU members, we have 146 districts, which we have given the names as district unions. So we promise to go back and communicate to our leaders in these districts to start documenting persons with disabilities who have businesses in those districts, so that PDDA will be streamlined to all. Then what we believe that we really, persons with disabilities have a business, but the information and how the process goes on. So since Bank of Uganda has promised to work with us, we shall always move, we train them, sensitize them, and guide them. My last request to Bank of Uganda is also maybe to form or to give us disability desk, even at your regional offices. Give us a disability desk, especially that we also have persons with disabilities who have learned procurement, who are qualified procurement persons. Can they also be given that desk so that they can be technical persons in your banks or in your regions? Otherwise, NODIPU, we are always open to coordinate and to interact and work hand in hand with you people. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Before we go into the question and answer, there is one thing that keeps coming up. What does Bank of Uganda buy? People think Bank of Uganda prints money only. First of all, us here, we don't know anything about printing money, so do not ask anything in that area because we don't know. But we will talk about other things. We do all kinds of services. Printing, for us, we can even print. We can print a photo frame, t-shirt, uniform. We can hire you as a social media influencer. Before today, I did not know that on our supplier database for pre-qualification, we will need sign language interpreters. So right now, I can see that going forward, in our supplier database, we will have to have sign language interpreters. I see that on the list of our supplies, we now need braille machines to help the people who are blind to read bidding documents. And we didn't know that we needed those things. But we've learned that from here, and we are going to comply. We are a very compliant entity and taking this sustainability challenge as far as we can. So whatever skill you have, us, we always need it. Sometimes we hire MCs, photographers. This company, you've seen photographing. They can tell you they started with us by doing a job of 500,000. Now they are covering us in a very big thing. And you can talk to them privately. Who do they pay a bribe? Or who are they related to? And you'll find that even them, they attended the supplier forum. They threw in a gamble. And they ended up winning, and now they can walk confidently in the halls. I remember they never used to have all these cameras, but I am glad really events, we've really grown, we've come a long way, and we are always happy. Next year, our supplier forum, it is going to be an awards gala. We want to award the best partners we have had, the best new suppliers, the best printers, the best. We have been having a supplier on Nasa Road called Mr. Nsubuga. I don't think he's here, we haven't seen him, but that man, he's always there. You want one rim, he's available. Mr. Nsubuga, he's not here, but if you meet him, people from Nasa Road, say Bank of Uganda is proud of him. He is so reliable, He's so old, but very reliable. Whenever we are stuck, he's our run-to person. And so we are always very happy. We buy, yes, IT, software, and hardware. I could see that very many people here are not in the category of supplying IT because registering wasn't that easy. reading that QR code was a little bit of a challenge, so, but it is okay. You can supply us catering services, cleaning at the branches. We are going to run an advert after here. That advert will be requesting that if you to register, to come and be in our register, we shall harmonize with PPDA thereafter, because we want to build that database. We want to cross into July having an idea of other people for reserving for this money there. Or, so we are going to ask PPDA to give us the database they have. We shall ask NUDIP to give us. We shall ask the medium and small scale. We shall share with them the advert so that we get them. We want to be sure that you are there for reserving these things for you. So please, when we advertise, which is very soon, come through. Soon we shall also be having our upcountry branches served by suppliers from there. So we want Mbarara branch to be supplied by Mbarara businessmen, not sending them things from Kampala anymore. We want Lira branch to be supplied by people from Lira. I will keep saying except printing of money, which even me, I have no idea about, okay? So which I can't even speak about. But we want our Guru branch to be supplied by food, by stationery, by catering from Guru businessmen. So that means when we're having a meeting in Bushenyi, we want to see Bushenyi people supplying. We don't want to go with things from Kampala to hold a meeting in Bushenyi. So we are going to also find those people from those branches and give extra education. So now that's how I have learned that we need a lot of more experts in the sign language, in dealing with the disabled, and today we have learned a lot. That is the end of our panel discussion. We are now opening up the floor for a few questions before we can be able we can be allowed to launch. Maybe one last comment about bidding fees. We don't always charge bidding fees for most tenders, but for some tenders, we charge bidding fees to be sure that only serious people bid. But the good thing is, when we go back to our management and we say the bidding fees the suppliers paid, total to this, now management top up for us. Let us invite the suppliers and educate us. They agreed. So we have, this is part of accountability of some of the bidding fees. It wasn't enough, but the governor topped up for us so that we can come learn without being charged anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. I would like to thank all the panelists, but first give them a nice hand clap. That was just a joke. Because when I listened to them, I could hear Dominic speak and I was like, yeah, this man knows what micro, small, medium enterprises are. When I heard Deborah speak about NUDIP, I was like, hey, I thought I knew, I don't know. And then when I heard the gentleman, have you heard James? Have you seen James? I told you I'm bringing the financer. He's there. Don't allow him to go without you being financed. And then you heard Ronald and the commitments they have made as PPDA to support us to ensure that you can tap into the 15%. So we are going to have questions. Let us keep them brief. Please don't give a PhD thesis preamble and ask a question. Ask exactly what you want to know. Please, go to the point. Don't preface it with, I was in Maokota, I came to Kasokoso, now I want to know what is happening. Please ask the question directly. Gentlemen, move the microphones around so that we can get the questions going. Introduce yourself and shoot the question immediately. Gentleman at the back.
I'm Fitumukiza Wilson Sharif. I'm working from Kasangati with NWS Engineering Company in fabrication and welding. My first question is, you have all zeroed on registration with USB and certificate from URA. Yes, with registration is okay, we can register. But certificate of URA, you have to get it after doing work. Now, how will I get it? I have registered, yes, but from there, I need to do work, then I get a certificate from URA after paying my tax. So, please, I would request if you can give me work, at least you give us a chance. We come, you give us work, so that we get money, we go to URA to pay tax, then we get certificate as we continue to other companies, or because we have faced many companies asking us that certificates, but we always fail because we don't have work. We have not yet done any work to get that certificate from URA. And this is the most important thing which is making these SMEs fail because of that URA certificates. We are asked to proceed with our business with other companies. Another thing, and the last question is, with the biggest investors we have these days, they are Chinese. But we who take some contracts or who need contracts from Chinese or these big investors, these people, they are not giving, the Chinese, I'm informing you, they are not giving subcontract to we local contents. So I don't know how we are going to do with them or to help us for the Chinese to give us subcontracts because our eyes are on them because we cannot do the big business they are doing. What we are expecting from them is getting a subcontract, of which for them, what they know is no, no, no. So whenever you go there, they say no, no, no work. So please, help us. I don't know how you are going to help us, and we get work from them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
As
Thank you.
another question comes, the URA desk, you be ready. One of those questions you will answer.
Do we, Gloria, if it's okay, if there's a person from the URA desk, there is a free seat next to Ronald, because I think you'll have many questions, I have no doubt.
Yes, so let's, as we clap for the URA person to come and take a seat, let's be roasted together. You know, we are in this thing together. Let us share the heat. Please, questions can continue.
Yes, please ask, and if you feel you need to write, please write the questions and you put up your hand. My team will pick them so that I can quickly expedite this process. Queen, the next person, please give them the mic.
Hi, my name is Mwonge Kosiboni. I'm very happy to be in this place. I'm one of the coordinators of the Seven Hills group that cleans the city, and we are very proud to be in this conference. Now, I wanted to ask Bank of Uganda, in this arrangement of the suppliers conference, we understand there are reservation schemes, which main emphasis is to help the people that don't have the capacity. And I believe Bank of Uganda is one institution that believes in growth. How would they help, for example, groups which don't have the capacity, which are organized in form of circles? The reason why some of these groups are organized in circles is to draw away from people who hide in companies, so that those circles in the different branches or areas where the Bank of Uganda is, how best can these circles be helped, for example, to be involved in cleaning? In so doing, the groups are helped to grow, so that when they grow, they help the areas within which Bank of Uganda is located. How would these small groups of circles be helped to be part of the supplier platforms of Bank of Uganda to help the areas, for example, in Kampala and Mbale, to develop by growing the capacity of those vulnerable people, the youth, the old women, and the disabled? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Over to you, Queen. Pass the mic to the next person. Yes?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kawhez Agnes, presenting Business Center Limited. My question is over pre-qualification tenders. Of recent, you advertised or you put a tender in newspaper. I realized the category under IT was not put. My humble request, when is it going to be put? Because we supply Bank of Uganda. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's take two more, then they can respond so that we take another set. I have not seen ladies. There's only one lady who has asked. So please find the microphone where a lady is, gender balance, and give her the mic before I get questions from gentlemen. Yes, gentlemen, I see. Please also collect the questions that are written down.
Thank you. My name is Busulwa Martin Sereko. I am from Satellite Media Link Uganda Limited. First of all, I need to thank Bank of Uganda, though it's for accountability purposes, as the lady said, that your bid, I bid cheaper compared, because at least I have seen 50,000 all through, which is a bit affordable. But I have one issue with those bid, with the payment. You have a complicated but old system that requires to sign a check, transfer the funds, that's tiresome. Simplify that payment so that one can use even a phone wherever he is to pay for your bid. That is one. Two, this is to PPDA, or the procurement system all through. There is a lot of certification. You need a certificate of this, you need a certificate of this, you need a certificate of this. Why can't these certificates, the requirements, be put in one certificate of PPDA and we get it? Other than when you are going for NITA, you need a certificate from NITA, when you're going to supply computers. When you are going to supply, I've had another one even, that for us, okay, for example, for us in the media, that you need to be a member of an association called the Advertisers Something Group. This is a private company, but you're requiring us, like the Minister of Finance had that the other day, that you need to be a member of that association. Membership of that association is 3.5 million a year. So I request that you look into that, the people at PPDA. Then URA, we request that we apply for one TCC and it works for a whole year, all organizations. Than requiring you to have a TCC for Bank of Uganda, a TCC for Posta Uganda, a TTC for Minister of Finance. This is so tiresome and inconveniencing. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Gloria, I think we can take those.
Okay, thank you so much. I will start with the ones directed at BOU. I haven't seen the URA person come, but let's, Sharif, it was about the tax clearance, whether they can give you before. I think we are going to have an engagement with URA because, yeah, there are always some problems, but I think we can have an engagement. But maybe I concur with the last person. This question and suggestion has been asked since the first supplier forum. If one, and I've also, I share the supplier's pain. Because if I have a tax clearance certificate, it's saying that this one, it has been issued by URA. I go on the website, I find it was actually issued by URA because we have an online authentication system. The only problem I find is that it was addressed to NSSF. And yet now I need it as Bank of Uganda. And the question that I have always asked URA, even me, myself, was, can a taxpayer be compliant for supplying NSSF and at the same time they are not compliant for supplying Bank of Uganda? I have also never got an answer. And because of that, I think it is unfair to ask, because there are 370 procurement and disposal entities, and all of them need computers. So that means that in a year of 365 days, a supplier needs to apply for 365 transaction tax clearance certificates. Really, that is not the Uganda that is aiming at Vision 2040. So, yeah, I think that one, I also agree, Ronald, I also agree. And many times we are constrained from throwing out someone just because the tax clearance for BOU wasn't ready, but they have one which is valid, and it was issued to Ministry of what? Of Health. I want someone to legally tell me why that tax clearance is not valid in Uganda. URA, I think there we need to work together. This one, on your behalf, we shall take it further, but I think it is fatigue. If we want Ugandans to do business, let us make it easy, and in the same spirit, we are going to speak with our payment systems and our IT guys. You know, Bank of Uganda, being a banker for everyone, the more they simplify the payment process, the more they simplify the hacking process. So they are a little bit rigid in giving us simpler terms. But we are also going to style up, okay? Yeah, instead of giving you that account which you cannot access on a tailor's machine, I think we are also going to go and work it out. We shall work with our national payments, our IT and our banking departments to make that payment for the 50,000 better with time. For now, we take that. We are really sorry, but for now, let us be patient a little bit. The challenge is that each time there is the process, also the bad boys get easy access. That's the only reason, because it's a central bank. Okay, now there was one about pre-qualification did not include IT. So it is because we are working on a separate big IT tender, which we didn't want to get lost in there. And it has the software, it has the hardware, so it is going to be big with so many lots, and it will be a full page, so you will not miss it. So otherwise, so it's not that we left out IT because of any other reason, no. It is coming out very separately sometime in July, so please make sure that you keep abreast and you will be able to see it. Likewise, in that pre-qualification, if you check well that advert, you do not see their special interest groups. We wanted to first have this forum, then when the other pre-qualification for normal process comes through, so that we can have a pre-qualification for special interest groups on its own, because it has its unique needs, it has its unique evaluation. That is the only reason. So Ronald, your question is there, it is coming. They are asking that these reservation schemes, okay, yes. How do you build their skills? For us, we thought when we call you here, we put the people you need. We also hold pre-bid meetings. We thought that maybe we are building capacity. But maybe, Ronald, you can tell us more. And for us, we are ever willing to come with you, whatever skill needs to be built. Oh, the URA person is here.
Thank you. Do we allow the URA person to speak, sir?
You can speak, then she will speak.
At PPDA, we have a capacity building department, and they have been trying to sensitize. They have been going around trying to educate the beneficiaries, the target beneficiaries, that is women, youth, and persons with disabilities. But we have also been working continuously with women, with umbrella bodies for women, and also different youth groups, and groups or associations for persons with disabilities. But what we have done so far, we appreciate that is not really sufficient, and we are planning for the next financial year to have more engagements, and on both sides, on the side of government and on the side of the private sector, the suppliers themselves. There was also a question to do with subcontracting, where you have these contractors, Chinese, who are not giving you contracts. Identify which government entity they are supplying or doing the works for. If it's Ministry of Works, and indeed we establish that there is no subcontracted person, we will actually deal with them, because the requirements are clear that for procurements within a certain threshold, this should be done by either nationals or resident providers. But if the nationals or local providers are unable and the contract is awarded to a foreigner, then at least 30% of the physical works should be subcontracted to locals for us to be able to gain some skills, have some technology transfer, and also earn some money. Contractors here currently know that you must have a contracted party on a contract if you're a foreigner of a certain magnitude. So we follow up with them. I must note that most of these Chinese people have actually adopted some local contractors, but there is more, and there is much more that can be done. We are not satisfied with what is so far happening on the ground. I want to say something about the eligibility criteria. When people ask you for requirements, and the requirements are so many, it is not that that is what the law requires of them. No. You know, take an example. If you want to get married, you can say, I want a spouse who is this tall, has this much money, has this level of education. You will put your own bar. But the law does not limit you. The law says if you're 18 years old, you can get married. As long as no one is forcing you, it is voluntary, and things like that. Same thing for procurement. The best requirements from a bidder are Section 75 of the PPDA Act. And it provides for the basic qualification criteria for a bidder. Is a person legally recognized to do business with government? Are they not insolvent, not bankrupt? You know, those basic things. And then as we work with other government institutions, now the standard goes a bit higher. If you're in IT supplies, the standard cannot be the same for a person doing catering. You know, your equipment, your services have to meet a certain standard, and that we cannot deny. But you're not going to be caterer, then for requirements of an IT service provider. No. You're not going to be in construction, and we ask you for requirements of a medical practitioner or a medical service provider. No, that can't be the case. However, we have noted cases where the criteria is unfair. We do what we call pre-bid evaluations. When we see in the newspaper or when someone alerts us and says, in this institution, they have put up criteria that is what I would call perhaps biased. We go in there and we interact with the entities and tell them, please put an end to this. For example, what I think this was raised by Mr. Busolwa, where you're saying they are requiring you to be a member of a certain association, which is not exactly a legally instituted association, which has no force of law. You would bring that to our attention, and then we would deal with that, because some of these things may not be requirements. But this standardization of requirements sometimes is also a limitation and a shortfall of the practitioners and people who develop these documents. He will get a bidding document they used last year. The circumstances were different. Maybe the supply market was flooded, and then he's bringing the same criteria this year. So please attend the pre-bid meetings. Communicate your dissatisfactions with these people. Before the deadline hits and they are not changing, come to PPDA. We have helped a number of people in construction and also in supplies, even supply of motor vehicles. There are specifications sometimes that have been imported that are biased, and we have dealt with these issues to the extent that the requirements get revised for them to be fair and for them to provide an even playing ground. I would want to, I think the rest may be responded to by URA. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and URA person is here. She will say something as we get the other set of questions.
Good afternoon, dear clients. Hafsa Seguya is my name from Uganda Revenue Authority. I basically do tax education, and I would like to first of all thank you so much for contributing to national development through taking your fair share. When you give me taxes, whoever is here and a supplier, you should be paying taxes. Yes. Either they withhold from you, or you collect VAT on behalf of government and give it to me, or you give me the income tax at the end of the year. Thank you so much. We do not take it for granted. Then why don't we issue one tax clearance? Way back, I think it's about a year or two, we were issuing the annual tax clearances. But along the way, our client's compliance drops. How? Say you're applying in May, and you're applying, say, to NSSF or to any other agency. It depends. At that time, if you want to apply to more than one agency, the online application of tax clearance can avail you to apply for more than one agencies in one. However, when I give you one tax clearance now, your compliance is well, and by compliance, I look at you 360 degrees. How? I look at the registration. Did you register for all the tax types that you're eligible for? Second, are you filing up to date? If it's a company, are the directors filing up to date? If we do have outstanding amounts, have you paid or have you made any mechanism or arrangement to see how you're going to clear the liability in installment? That is basically what we look at. Your compliance in May may be good in that you have given me all the VAT returns at that time. You've given me all the pay-as-you-earn returns at that time. And maybe you have made payment, reasonable payment. So I give you a tax clearance. When I come to October, your compliance drops. You haven't filed the VAT returns. Even pay-as-you-earn, there are returns that are missing. You filed and didn't pay. There is no communication from your end to tell us how you're going to make the payments good. So that is where your compliance falls. And maybe what I would like to advise you, so that at least you can be able to compete and get a tax clearance as and when you need it, ensure that your profile is up to date. It has the right contacts, email and phone number. The directors are listed the way they are at registration with Uganda Registration Services Bureau. File those returns. Each director has to file an income tax return. If you file and you feel or you're not in position to clear the whole amount as per your return, we have the installment payment. Come to us and apply for the installment payment so that we agree on a plan in an MOU so that by the time you're applying for a TCC, I know you have a payment plan to clear whatever is outstanding. I will give you the TCC. But at times when you see it, and maybe you lament, I don't have money, I don't have this. Yes, it's okay not to have money, but we want to know. We are here to mobilize revenue for your government, for my government, for national development. We need a plan that we will follow. Yes, you can work while you are paying within maybe 2, 3, or 4 months. At that time when you apply for a tax clearance certificate, we will clear you. But our worry with the annual TCC is your compliance drops. That's when we introduce the transactional. It addresses every transaction as and when it applies. Today you're applying here, after 3 months you're applying somewhere else. That is how we've been doing it, because at times your compliance falls and we fail to see what we can do with you. So the catching point is that clearance, because by the time you're coming, you'll put yourself in order so that we can give you the tax clearance. How do we help those who are not VAT registered? At the time of bidding, when you're VAT registered, it implies that your turnover exceeds 150 million in a given year. It implies that you are trading in taxable supplies, and those are the standard rated ones and the zero rated ones. So at applying for VAT, even though I haven't given you the VAT, now what we are looking at as government is register for IFRIS. Because what government has to do now, or the paying agency, is to validate an FDN. That's the physical document number. So what we did with IFRIS, you can register for IFRIS even though you're not VAT registered. What you're going to push out will be an e-receipt, whereas the VAT registered client will push out an e-invoice. They all have an FDN. So now government is supposed to first validate the FDN before it can pay you. That implies that you will supply an e-receipt to the agency that is giving you that work at payment time. So we've tried to be a little flexible so that IFRIS will be reading on to the payment system than looking at VAT, because VAT you may not have reached that kind of threshold, yet you need to do work. You need to supply. So now the story is on IFRIS other than putting it on VAT as a tax type. Thank you.
Can we, Gloria, do we go back to you or we give Dominic a chance?
I think let's finish. Let me finish this
quickly.
Okay, someone says they have been on the PPDA database, but they have never won a job. They own a garage. How can they be helped? Okay, so of course, whenever adverts are made, there might be 10 bids, but normally we take on like 3 garages at a time. But do not give up. You apply again. If you have not won in one entity, you can be able to win in another. The aim is you stay when you are compliant. Someone is asking, what about the things we dispose? How can we get those items you dispose to organizations, like schools probably? So when we have old assets for disposal, we have different disposal methods. And please again remember, as a central bank, some assets are classified. So if they are old banknotes, I also told you I don't know where they go. So those ones, I don't know. But we do have packaging materials, which we actually now we donate. Yeah, so you need them, we donate them. Furniture, when we are going to dispose, we advertise. I think you've seen whatever qualifies for adverts, we normally advertise. This year alone, we've held over 5 auctions. We've sold vehicles. So when we advertise and you see the advert, you come. Be a friend of our website. Our website, immediately after answering, once again, they'll put it there. And the things are always there. And then people are saying, some people are pre-qualified, but some time passes before an opportunity. What is your stand? Now, sometimes, for example, we have, say, 25 hotels pre-qualified. Now, there might not be a need for a specific hotel, but it's on the pre-qualified list. And also, we may not have so many conferences, but we find that this hotel is pre-qualified. For example, this year, since it began, it's the first time we have come to Hotel Africana, okay? Because now we needed, there was a need, and we were coming for a conference. So it doesn't mean that immediately you get a job. Sometimes we advertise when we do not actually have, the work may not be immediate, yeah. And someone is saying that an electrical engineer, they want to open up an electrical engineering firm. What will be the requirements for an electrical maintenance company contract? Now, our tender, which has been running for pre-qualification, has not yet closed. And I am sure mechanical, electrical, and those works is there. Go on the Bank of Uganda website, search procurement, you will see running tenders for 2025. Please check that document for pre-qualification. You are still in time because the tender is still running. Bid closing is soon. Can we have a link to follow? Yes, we have, after we will share, if you shared an email, we will share the link so that you can follow, you can go and revisit this conference on YouTube. But there are other people who are online right now, following via YouTube, via all the social media channels, and via Microsoft Teams. Can we diversify the law firms? Because it's always the same. I think the law tender just ended, and yeah, I think we have many new entrants on that list. You attempted to list the goods and services. What are the goods and services for 2025-26? We are going to share the list of our goods and services again on the website. We are going to provide answers to most commonly asked questions, and we shall put that FAQ on the Bank of Uganda website so that you can know. But we buy all goods from furniture for residential office to carpets to TVs to computers, laptops, mobile phones, emceeing, events, decoration, flowers, everything. Whatever potential you have is a potential supply to Bank of Uganda. Website is there being is advertised. When is pre-qualification coming out? Pre-qualification advert is ongoing. Pre-qualification for special interest groups is coming soon for headquarters and branches. For IT, it is not going to be a pre-qualification, but it's going to be a comprehensive list of IT needs to be procured under framework, and it will be coming out sometime in the month of July. Okay, so what criteria do you use to award services of private security companies? We advertise in Monitor, we advertise in a New Vision, we advertise on our website. We did this advert sometime in March, and we have recently received quite a number of bids, and we have recently awarded one of the security firms. How do we get onto the supplier database? We are going to advertise, and as I've told you, there is a running tender. Go to that website, search, in the search, put their procurement. Is SCF always available in the PFIs, in the financial institutions at any time, or it is seasonal? Just go to your participating financial institution, licensed by BOU, okay? Yeah, licensed by BOU, and ask for SCF funds. They will be there. They want the contacts digitally, since we need to partner with each other for subcontracting. So they want, since we have your contacts, and you have told us what you do, we will first profile you, and then we shall see how we join similar people together, other than just sharing everyone's contact, because we are over 600 today. Under cleaning and fumigation, it is not under pre-qualification because an open tender for cleaning and fumigation had just run separately for all the 9 branches in the country, and it has just been concluded. Someone is saying, as a service provider, whenever we visit the bank premises, there is no parking in the bank. So first of all, as you know, that is a bank for the whole country, a banker for government, a banker for the commercial banks, a banker for everyone. So for security reasons, yeah, parking is very limited, because the security officials tell us they want to be able to see through properly without being blocked by vehicles or without creating a lot of chaos. So we pray that, since the doctors tell us that we should always exercise, like now today we have sat, just park your car somewhere, stroll to Bank of Uganda, exercise your muscles, have efficient blood flow, and we shall be healthy. Thank you so much. Yeah. And then we shall also keep safe from one another, because that's the only reason they limit the cars that park inside there. It is a security advisory. Okay. So this one is organized. Irene is appreciating the panelists. Thank you, our dear panelists. This one, you advertise for a station wagon. Why don't you reduce on those specifications so that others come? So that special station wagon, it was special. And so it has to be like that. But soon, we shall advertise other cars. And also, we don't actually buy very many cars. So for that particular one, it is one car, so you can let it pass. But when we are buying general, yeah, we shall have as many specifications as possible. Again, for security reasons, some people have to move in cars with certain specifications. That is the only reason. Okay. My question is that, what have you done of the evaluation of the themes in the previous years? Each year, we carry out evaluation internally, but for this year, we have agreed in the next year supplier forum, we shall provide results, monitoring figures of what actually transpired. Did we give any work to the PWs, or we just made them here sit and gave them tea? Did we actually register youth? We shall give you results. Did people who are new, people who attended this supplier forum, did they come in and continue? We shall give. The second last question, are there bids for beginners? For example, for events, some of us closed shop during COVID and we don't qualify for loans. Yes, for us, we do have bids for beginners. We do tenders where sometimes we don't ask for any experience, especially whenever we do general materials, because we say, even if you've never supplied stationery, what we want is a tangible good. When you bring the counter books and we see them, we shall pay you. So we have many for beginners. But you know, for beginners, for a service, you need some experience proof. But for a good, if we want that bag, we will describe the bag. We will not mind if you've ever supplied that bag, because when you bring the bag, we shall see it. And then we shall tell you it is good, and we take it. For services, for sure, we need some experience, because services are not tangible. Are we together? Yes. Request government to pass a policy that companies be liable to pay taxes after 3 years of operation. I am sure even the URA representative doesn't have an answer right now. This is a question for the powers that be, but we are going to get these questions which touch on national policy. We are going to document them, ask our governor to present them in the right fora, and perhaps we shall see something coming out. We don't want to give an answer about that right now. From my side, I think the suppliers wanted. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. I hope, but if there are any questions that are pending, we might not be able to address them immediately. I'll give the floor another 4 questions, 2 ladies, 2 gentlemen, but let them finish. Let the panel finish whatever was outstanding. I don't know who wants to shoot first. Is it James? You want to go first?
I think Ronald has
questions kept coming in, but I think I'll use 1 minute to try to address these. And I think people are asking about bidding fees. And someone wants these to be regulated so that organizations don't ask a lot of money and eventually don't even award you a contract. This has been noted, but the essence of these bidding fees is to facilitate these processes. If there's going to be an advert, if there's going to be some committees that are operating, but institutions that are actually forward-thinking now are phasing these fees out or keeping them to a minimum level. I will urge you, if you see any bidding fees that are high, and for me, high would be, I think, anything above 150,000, please bring this to the attention of PPDA. We will try to dig into what this actually may be about. And then someone was also asking about the special interest groups, shouldn't these also be extended to workers? I think this sounds like employment law. I think this is something that can be taken up by the Ministry of Gender to see who is employed. And in fact, there is what we call the Equal Opportunities Commission. They were trying to advance this agenda to see to it that before any government institution is cleared for a financial year, they have a certificate of conformance, that they have employees that are balanced, people able differently, and things of that nature. But this is going to be taken up. Someone is asking about what constitutes the youth bracket. We went with the definition of the Uganda's youth policy. We have a policy, a national youth policy at the Ministry of Gender, and we have the National Youth Council. And basically, I think the definition of youth is people between 18 to 30 years. For purposes of procurement, for your business to qualify as a youth-owned enterprise, it should have majority ownership as youth. And we are saying people below 30 years. Once the majority cross that as the number of years, then they can be eligible for anything else, maybe as national providers, local providers, or women, or any other thing, but they can no longer remain youth. And then someone asks, if a company is already registered on EGP, how do they move to the special interest group list? Very simple. You just bring this to our attention as PPDA. I gave you our contact number. We will establish that your company or enterprise is owned by majority women, youth, or persons with disability, and we will put it on the list of the special interest groups. And you don't have to pay any amount of money if you're already on EGP. Just please let us know. And then also, a company that started this year or last year, what is their chance of winning bids? I'll take you back to what we talked about. You have to broaden your partnerships. You have to extend and tap into people who have been there. But we have also capped the experience requirements. For some of these supplies, you don't need to have experience. The moderator has told you that some years ago, the person who is shooting and covering this function was not their supplier or their service provider, but they tried their luck and they started at 500,000 shillings. They bidded for a job or got in at that level, you know? And in fact, sometimes you need to put yourself out there. Register on PPDA. Make sure you're compliant so that when the opportunity comes, it actually finds you ready. As you go out there and you're trying your luck, you are found ready and not wanting of any issue. Someone, and this is the last one, is asking that on EGP, bids do not recognize the VAT-exempted materials, and as such, their bid prices are distorted once they submit the bids. The EGP system, once you enter your bid price, you have to capture it as either VAT inclusive or tax inclusive or exclusive, so that the evaluators are able to treat it accordingly. You know, of course, we go by the ground rules and the rules of thumb. Everyone has to pay certain taxes, unless you are exempted from those, which many times is not an issue we deal with at bidding. At bidding, you have to indicate that your price is inclusive of tax or is not inclusive, so that when the evaluators are treating it, and it's the same thing that happens at, on EGP. As you enter your price, you have to clearly indicate. But of course, if you don't indicate and you just submit a price, we are going to treat it as though it is tax inclusive, because we expect you to submit a price that is whole, that covers and provides for all taxes that you should be paying for as a company or as a person in whatever category you are bidding for. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, URA, just a quick one, 1 minute.
Thank you so much. I have a few questions here. One lost a supply deal and the business came to a standstill. They requested to deactivate VAT. By the way, we deactivate VAT for particular reasons, not because you haven't met a deal or you haven't gotten any deal. When your turnover reduces, it's no longer above 150 million. It's a reason for us to deactivate. Or when you're no longer dealing in taxable supplies. They are not standard rated and they are neither zero rated. We could deactivate you. However, if you have just been registered, we request you to stay on the register for at least 2 years, because never know, the following month after deactivating you, you may shoot up. So we give you those 2 years as you are trying to see whether you can come back. However, he continues to say that he's filing new returns and it's expensive. For VAT, it can't be expensive. Ask me why. Last year in November, we rolled out the pre-filled VAT return, where the system does the pre-filling for you. If you initiate an invoice, say to NSSF, we will pre-fill that under your sales or output VAT. And when you expense, we will pre-fill that under input VAT or your purchases or business expenses. So your work is when it comes to 30th, after midnight, you will just go and log in via the portal with your TIN and password. Your work is to view the pre-filled fields. Once you confirm to them that they are okay, you just submit. So it's no longer expensive and time-consuming. We are doing the pre-filling by what you do in IFRIS, by what you do in SCUDA, in case it's in the customs bit of it. So I think with that, you just need to keep going there, file that nil, confirm it, and go. Then maybe the other issue I got is the special interest group, those who are able differently. In income tax, we have a provision if one can employ 5% of their labor force if they are able differently, or disabled, I would say, and they're on permanent basis, then they will get a 5% deduction on their income tax outstanding. It's an income tax. Further to that, people able differently, once you import a car, here I will be a little specific, because there are different disabilities. We have the blind, those who can't talk, but I'm looking at physical disability. When you import a car in your names, and as it reaches here, it would require modifications, say to modify the clutch pedals and all that, the brake pedals. Once you come to us, we need to identify you that actually this car needs adjustments. So once it's adjusted, it is duty-free. That is why you will see some of the people who are able differently will be driving cars that have a red background and the number plate printed in white. It is duty-free. But once that person sells it to you who doesn't have any disability of that nature, you're going to re-register it from the duty-free plates to ordinary, implying that we are going to recompute the taxes it would have paid then discount them by the number of years, because this is a motor vehicle that depreciates. Then you will wear the ordinary plates with when the modifications in the car have been removed. Then the other I got is an exemption on startups. What I would like to inform the audience, When you start up your business, we do not pick taxes from you unless your turnover in a given year makes 10 million and above. Turnover implies that get your sales for the 12 months, add them up. If it is 9.5, kindly file that income tax return. It will return 0 taxes. So that is the first exemption you have as a startup, as we wait for other exemptions that could go through proposals in the budget. Then the last one said they are disadvantaged because they've never been pre-qualified, and therefore we can't give them either a TCC, if I understood it well. Let me start from basics. When you apply for a TIN, bidding has never been a source of income. Bidding is a by the way. It is a windfall that may come. When you're applying for a TIN, what I want to know, what do you do? I'm a garage, it is a saloon, it's a carpentry, it's a hotel, it's a supermarket. That is the nature of business. I give an IZ code in the system. So when the bid comes out and you read it, you just take advantage of it because you feel you can supply those items. So once you need a TCC, I give you a TCC on the compliance of the nature of business you gave me, not because you have never been pre-qualified. Those are two different things. Thank you so much. I think that's what I had.
Thank you. Guys, don't worry. If we don't get the chance to answer the peculiarities of your question, I can assure you that these experts you see on the podium will answer them. We shall put them on the website, but they'll also inform the next outreaches that we actually carry out. So don't you worry and say, I didn't see the peculiarities of my question, so I am worried. So I'm going to give the financer a chance to give us a shot at the questions that have been fired at him so that we can progress and be able to wrap up this session so that we can do a 10-minute, probably 5 minutes from SCF, and then we proceed to the next item. But as we wait or as we listen in, please give the feedback. You've been asking about the evaluation of these sessions. Please do give us feedback. The link has been shared. The QR code has been shared. So please evaluate the sessions and give us feedback. The guys online, a link has been sent to you so that you can register online, and we know that you attended this particular conference so that we can be able to share the materials with you. Stanbic, please.
Thank you, MC.
Maybe as Stanbic comes, there are also staff of BOU with pads for those ones who are not able to scan the QR code so that they can help them out.
Yeah, thank you, MC. I think I have the list number of questions, only 3. One is in regard to Small Business Recovery Fund and grow money. Why someone goes to the bank and they say the money is not there and they should apply for alternatives. So the key thing is the qualifying criteria. For grow money, it should be a company with 51% women or 51% management women. Either ownership is women or management is women 51%. Then for SBRF, Small Business Recovery Fund, the business should prove that it suffered the consequences of COVID-19. Meaning, prior to COVID, turnovers were high. During COVID, turnovers went down. That means you qualify for this nature of funding. The other question is about why the bank focuses on the counterparty list. Counterparty list is the list of entities whose contracts we can finance or invoices we can discount. Normally it's a big list, and the member is asking why we focus on only that and leave out local governments. We also consider local governments based on their payment history of contracts and invoices. But the local governments that have not paid their contractors well,
we tend to shy away from them to avoid circumstances of financing a contract and the local government does not pay the contractor, then we suffer the consequence of non-repayment. The last one is the integrity of credit departments in banks. I think I will take back this to our umbrella association because it's a difficult one to answer. It needs a lot of interventions, and it is about the credit departments being short of integrity. And I think as a society, some of these things surface, but they can always be handled. So I will take it back to our compliance departments to pass it over to our umbrella body since it cuts across banks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. I'm going to give a chance to Dominic. You have like 3 or 4, 5, I don't know. I don't have the number, but give the brief questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to request that when these people leave and the SCF comes to present, if you have a burning question, I'm going to have these people seated somewhere. You can talk to them one-on-one. Otherwise, looking at my program, I should be releasing you around this time. But I've not yet given you SCF for 5 minutes. I've not yet given you lunch. And you know where I come from, they say, if you go on an empty stomach, you'll never come back. So I don't want you to miss out coming for the next session. Dominic, a few minutes.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. Now, I was asked about SMEs finding issues or having problems with dealing with URA, where, for example, URA has slapped a higher tax on an SME, and he feels that that is unfair. So at FSME, our work is to train, to mentor, to advocate for good working environment. Now, the information that I'm going to give you is the organization that helps to settle such disputes which you may have between you or your business and URA, and that is the Tax Appeals Tribunal. So feel free to go to that place so that you can share your grievances with them. Then they will arrange sessions where you can actually work it out so that you find a middle ground. If they've been charging you so highly, then you give your reasons. Of course, you have to have documented facts on which you're going to say that this tax is so high. Then they will be able to help you. Then the next one is UNBS delaying to visit work premises of certain businesses which need certification. I think in the same way, you need to visit UNBS. And here we need also UNBS, Uganda National Bureau of Standards, to come out clear and explicit on their fees, because they tend to delay about visiting your workshop or your site. If they need funds for them to come from their offices to visit, let them say so that you do not stay 2 months, 3 months waiting for them to come, and they're not giving you a valid reason as to why they are not coming. And that actually, them not coming in time creates a situation of where you are forced to kind of pay someone to necessitate them visit you as soon as possible. Then the next one, the second last, someone asked why SMEs cannot celebrate even their second birthday. Okay, I discussed this in my submission, but I'm going to give you one other scenario. Apart from all the other problems that we've talked of, finances, cost of funds, the URA registration, and so on and on, there are so many factors that lead to the closure of SMEs that are non-documented. These are sometimes factors you cannot even quantify. Others, people you see as entrepreneurs or businessmen, are necessity entrepreneurs. By necessity entrepreneurs, I mean the guy is into that business for as long as he does not have a job. Because the situation in Uganda is such that jobs are more or less more attractive than doing a private venture enterprise. So someone is into that business. When he gets a job, he quits. So every year we shall keep counting the mortality rate, But I think now we need to take stock of where these people have gone. What did they go to next? And then probably here I want to bring in URSB and URA. Some of the reason you do not issue tax clearance certificates is because I have a business in association with another director, is also involved with another director in another small business. So when I have come for tax clearance, then you refer me to the other two directors that make sure your other director has cleared this tax obligation. And then that other director also has interest in another company, C. And when you go to dissociate yourself from the other director who has actually accepted to say that me, I'm no more in your small business, the process is so long. By the time you go back to your SB, come back to your A, and the communication between these two bodies is sometimes slow. Your SB has given you a go-ahead that this person is no longer part of your business. URSB, URA has not received that information. When you reach there, when they open their computers, the other guy is still reflected as part of you. So URA, URSB, UNBS, KCCA, and all those other bodies kindly work on your processes so that you can communicate efficiently, so that we do not get stuck because one of you government bodies is not responding to the other. Then lastly, another gentleman asked where our addresses are. Federation of Small and Medium Enterprises offices are on Plot 43, Stretcher Road, Ntinda. Plot 43, Stretcher Road, Ntinda. And the very last one is asking why highly educated people are non-business entrepreneurs. This is about risk appetite. The ball game of entrepreneurship and business is different from employment. So it depends on what you want, your risk appetite, what you can do, whether your skills, qualities, or innovation and creativity can allow you to succeed in this world of entrepreneurship. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I have kept the panel very long. And from where I come from, they say things usually end when they are sweetest. Okay? So I am going to ask, if you have a burning question, most of these colleagues are going to be seated back in the audience. Please let us use the one-on-one so that we can be able to get our questions answered. But I've also pledged that all these questions that we have given them, we are going to put them together. They will be available on our website in about a fortnight. So you can always check on our website and see your answers. But also, as Gloria told you, we are going to have a hotline where you can reach out to us. If you want to procure something, ask. Usually call and even ask us, can I pay in your banking hall? Yes, you can. Can I use this? Yes, you can. So let's use the one-on-ones so that we can allow these people to move and then give Doreen, how many minutes do you need? 2?
Moderator, this is just clarity.
Yes.
I wanted to clarify on what my colleague has just said. For an SME, when your assessment is way over and above what you expect, what we did as URA, you don't go straight to the tax appeals tribunal because it has a requirement of a 30% down payment before you can start the business. We created what we call an alternative dispute resolution, where we can sit and bring in independent individuals to actually understand you, and you see whether there's something we failed to pick out, maybe at the objection stage. But finally, what I insist and what I urge members who are here, kindly, when you have a teen, know that the obligation to pay taxes started when you go to the teen. Kindly give me that return. URA operates a self-assessment regime. Assess yourself. Tell me what your sales are, what your expenses are. What you tell me is what I go with for that particular year. We do that to avoid estimated assessments. Thank you so much.
Okay. So Doreen, I'm giving you 5 minutes. Please use them appropriately. But before she comes, I would like us to thank the panel for the nice discussion. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. You may leave the hot seats, and I allow Doreen to come and take the hot mic. Doreen.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. May I respectfully ask you to stand up for a minute, please? We've been seated for so long. I'll need a miracle to do this presentation in 5 minutes, which I normally do in 30 minutes, so help me God. Just as an icebreaker, can we spell the word BOU with our bodies? Since she's an expert, please do letter B with your body. Letter O. Here we're stretching our hands. And then letter U. And then we bow. Thank you very much. My name is Dorothy Namarome Muyinda, and I serve in the Agriculture and Other Credit Schemes Department. I may not be able to do the presentation because of the time challenge. It's difficult to talk to people who are savoring the aromas of food in the vicinity. So, just as a backdrop, we know that, and we have always heard about the importance of agriculture to the economy. Back in school, they told you it employed 70% of the population. They would give you figures for GDP contribution and employment and export earnings. But over the time, we have realized that it has been featured as a very risky venture. Some of you do farming. You know the challenges you have, price fluctuations. You have challenges to markets and infrastructure challenges. So what the government of Uganda did in 2009 was to partner with commercial banks in a risk sharing agreement to share the capital base of money to lend the farmers. It works on a tripartite arrangement in that there are 3 parties: the Ministry of Finance, representing the government, Bank of Uganda, who are the supervisors, and then the commercial banks, whom we rely on because they have a big network in the country. And they also have the advantage of knowing how to appraise the farmers, they know their customers, and they also contribute to the fund. How does this thing work? As a customer, I have been hearing my colleagues talking about having a relationship with a bank. As a potential beneficiary of this product, you must have an active bank account. You have to keep it active, and then they can assess you whether you're able to pay. In credit, they have the CCs, they do the character, the collateral, and other priorities that they can use to assess your credit worthiness. When you fill in the form at your commercial bank, because they know you as the customer, they send the form to Bank of Uganda. Bank of Uganda does some further appraisals to find out if the bank is going to lend you money using the terms of a legal document called a Memorandum of Association. So if everything is fine, then the Bank of Uganda will send its contribution to the commercial bank, and then they will pay you as a customer. But as I said, it's a 50-50. If a customer wants 50 million will come through the Ministry of Finance, and then 50 million will come through the commercial bank. That is a risk-sharing partnership that we have. Yeah, so that is it. Yeah, so because of that little time I have, if you are to forget anything, don't forget this screen. This is what makes our product different from what is in the commercial banks. The maximum loan amount is 2.1 billion, and it's given over a maximum period of 8 years. But of course, if you don't need the 8 years, don't take them. Grace period is 3 years. We know that grace period, at least you must pay your interest, and you may pay the whole amount later on. Minimum loan period is 6 months, and the cost, and this is where the question everybody asks, how much am I going to pay, is 12% per annum. This translates to 1% per month. You will not find this anywhere. We know that in the market, we even have interest rates of 20% per month. That is suicide. So if you're able to qualify for this loan, we beg and plead with you, please come. Processing fees is 0.5%, and the interest to Bank of Uganda is 0, meaning The 20%, 12% is earned by the commercial bank. This is a very good incentive for the commercial banks to lend. Another facility we have is the grain trade facility. This one is used for farmers who want to trade. When there was a bumper harvest, the prices fell down, so the government of Uganda thought they could help farmers by bringing this facility. So the interest rate here is 15%. It's different from the other one because we know that it's business. Hopefully the money comes back and you pay. The rest I had talked about, the contribution. So who qualifies for this? You can go as an individual, a partnership, or a company. This is another important screen I would like you people to take note of. What can this scheme finance? Anything along the agricultural value chain. If you close your eyes and you picture maybe a bush, you can transform that bush into a farm and into a factory, adding value to a product that you have planted on that farm. So we do land opening, paddocking, in inputs like fertilizers and insecticides. We do biological assets like stocking, but this one we give up to 80 million, and then also agro-processing. Irrigation, someone came to our desk and talked to us about the challenge of the water. So we also do irrigation financing. There are things that we do not finance, and these are buying land. You know, land is a very sticky issue. It can get bad. You could lose 100%, so we do not finance buying of land. We do not finance planting of trees, and we do not finance an existing loan facility. What are the requirements? My colleague talked about them in Stanbic. You have to have a relationship with a bank. You have to have a proposal, a plan. If we give you this money, what are you going to do? Are you going to marry another wife or just buy a big car? No. You have to plan because this money has to be paid back. It is not government money. It works on a revolving basis. So when the bank pays, we should be able to lend other people. So these are the requirements. If it's a big amount, you'll be required to have financials. And then you have cash flows, security. And then we also have a product called block allocation. This block allocation is one that thinks out of the box. It promotes financial inclusion. It ensures that people who do not have traditional collateral can come up in groups and get small amounts, even as small as 1 million, without security. What they do is they have alternative sources. They can use your bank statements, they can use the cash flows, they can use group guarantees. All this is very inclusive. And our sisters and brothers who have different abilities can benefit from this product. Application requirements, I talked about them. And that is our performance over the years. Some people think it is just a myth, but we actually have figures and statistics. We have lent up to 1.1 trillion. There are some people who have benefited. So this is not just Wolokoso, it's real life. Achievements, we have talked about lending. Many banks never used to lend to agriculture, but now they do. We have talked about financial inclusion through the block allocation. We've talked about contributing to export promotion earnings. We have had our challenges, but those ones are not for this fora. I'll move quickly to the Small Business Recovery Fund, where I think most of you are interested because you're in the business space. It came as a stimulus by the government of Uganda, also to help businesses that had suffered during the time of COVID. What are the qualifications? First of all, like my colleague said, you need to prove to us that your business was in existence before COVID and employs between 2 to 49 people and has a turnover between 10 million to 300 million shillings. The eligible products are usually small businesses, and we have seen people coming for this money. Those are the requirements, the salient features. You can get a maximum of 200 million in a period of 4 years, and the grace period is 1 year. The cost of this loan is 10% per annum. The contribution is also 50-50, and you can use this loan to pay an existing loan, but it is a one-shot kill facility. If you get it once, it's like oxygen. Once you recover, you don't come back for more. So you cannot come back for this loan another time. We have a few banks who are in this facility, and we are trying to get other banks on board. The challenges remain the same in both sectors, but mainly for the business field, some people do not keep records, and when they don't keep records, it becomes hard for the financial institutions to appraise you and establish whether you're creditworthy or not. So we appeal upon businesses, please formalize. Like they said, the registrars are here. Keep your records, and it will be easier for the banks to assess you. This product has not done very well, and it has faced a lot of criticism. We cannot be an ostrich and hide our head under the sun. But as a means of trying to build it, we are doing publicity. We are also engaging the financial institutions. Whenever we go out for publicity, we invite these banks and ask them, tell the people, is this money there or not? Because when the customers come to us, they tell us something different. So we are partnering with commercial banks, financial institutions, to do what? To get a buy-in. And then we have realized that there are certain criteria which do not make these products run very well. We are currently having engagements with Ministry of Finance to see how we can adjust the eligibility criteria so that people can benefit. As I wind up, those are our contacts, toll-free line. For any inquiries, I'm sure you found some brochures on your desks, so please take them with you, don't leave them, and keep reading. For any inquiries, you can still get in touch with us, and we shall have a conversation with you. Thank you very much. Mr. MC, I don't want to have a coup d'etat. Please come and take over.
Doreen, if you took over my office, that would be problematic for you. So it is good you've not taken over. Please, let's give Doreen a big hand clap. Because she said she couldn't do it in 5 minutes, she has done it in 2. Thank you, Doreen. She's done a very powerful job. So, as usual, I'm going to pass this microphone to I'm going to pass this microphone to the director, but please don't leave the beautiful meal the director has prepared for us. And if you need information about the SCF, you have the brochures, Small Business Recovery Fund, you can see them. You have the ones of SCF, you can see them. But guys, my appeal is with SCF. Most of us Ugandans, the term is starting next Monday. We want to go, or the planting season is starting next Monday. We go to apply for the loan now. And you want the commercial bank to have delivered on Monday. Guys, that might not be possible. But if you have a question, we have a stall at the back. Come and ask us the questions. So I am going to pass over this microphone to Gloria to give us a few last thoughts before she invites us for lunch. I'm surely starving. So I'm going to give her 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, George, for the first minute. I'm going to use it to thank all of us. I would like to thank you all, our dear existing and our potential suppliers. We are serious when we invited you here. Thank you for honoring us, because we could have come here and stayed with our empty tables. So for having honored our invitation, we are very grateful. The governor could not stay for a very long time because he has other things he had to go for. But he is watching and following us online, and he is very appreciative of all of us. If you have a contract with us, you already understand us. If you do not have a contract with us, just be a friend of our website. As I have told you, our needs are always evolving. At one point, we didn't know that we needed media personalities on our database. We didn't know that decorators, flower suppliers would ever be on our database. So everyone, you are an architect, you're there, you are a musician, you know how to play the saxophone, you know how to train choirs. I think currently we are looking for a music trainer because we have a choir. So there are many things that we procure. We do not only print money. And as I told you, me and my team here, we do not know anything about printing money. So that one, it's the only thing we can't sensitize you about. Even us, we need sensitization. But if you have money in your pocket, that's enough sensitization about printing of money, isn't it? Yeah. Now, the second one, I thank everyone. Today you have really educated me. And today I have really learned a lot that you really go through. And I reaffirm that the reason why we have to follow up New Deep, not because we have relatives there, but I think their needs require an extra engagement of their own so that we understand them further, we know how we can support them, so that this doesn't become just another conference where we have called them. So we will come back to you, Ronald, to come on the day when we are going to meet with the PWDs a little bit to understand more, because their needs are a little bit more. We also understand. Their needs are not more the same as the one of women. Yes, women are special, youth are special, but I think PWDs are very special. And we shall follow them up, and we shall soon sit with you. Lastly, you know, among us we have a procurement specialist who is also a woman of God, Reverend Julian, the chaplain of Parliament of Uganda. I would like to invite you, Reverend Julian, the procurement specialist, to come and bless our food, as also give a closing prayer so that we can be able to move on. But before, yeah, so lunch is going to be at the pool side. We go down the staircase, then the serving points are around the pool side. As Reverend Julian gives us a closing prayer and prays for our food. If she wishes to say hello, who am I to say no? Oh, okay. So I had been looking out for the commissioner who I had not seen, who had offered to give her closing remarks. So Julian says he also asked her. So somehow the Holy Spirit led me to the right person. So she's going to give those closing remarks, give us a closing prayer, and pray for our food.
Thank you very much, Gloria. Good afternoon, colleagues. Sorry about. My name is Julian Amongin. I'm a Principal Procurement Officer, Procurement Policy and Management Department, standing in for the Commissioner, Procurement Policy and Management Department. And I have, he gave me some closing remarks to share. I'm not going to read them verbatim because of time, but in a nutshell, I will adopt the protocol that has been laid before, and I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Now that one I have added for myself. Please feel free to greet yourself in the name of the God you worship. But I'm delighted to join you today on behalf of the Commissioner and to extend a vote of thanks to Bank of Uganda for consistently organizing these annual suppliers conferences to address topical and emerging issues in public procurement and disposal. The engagements are meaningful and practical as they show that we are now implementing government policy, specifically the National Public Sector Procurement Policy, whose intent, among others, is to use procurement as a tool to promote socio-economic development. Please, if you visit our stall, behind there you'll get a copy of the policy document. Take interest to read it. It's also on our website. It's important that we acclimatize ourselves with the strategic direction that Government of Uganda has set for public procurement in the country. To this end, the ministry has championed policy and legal reforms that include the procurement policy that was approved by Cabinet on 1st of April 2019. And relatedly, the PPDA Act and regulations were accordingly amended to align with the procurement policy intents. And we wish to thank Bank of Uganda once again for now being more practical and hands-on. As you may be aware, public sector procurement in Uganda accounts for a significant 60% of the government budget, less wages. And this presents an opportunity for government to strategically use its buying power to promote socio-economic development by deliberately building capacity of local supplier groups through sustainable procurement. This year's theme is timely as it aligns with the National Development Plan, NDP4, promoting the participation of local communities, suppliers, local suppliers, registered associations of women, youth, and persons with disabilities in procurement. That is instrumental in achieving the tenets, aspirations, and objectives of the private sector development program. The private sector development program is aimed at increasing the competitiveness of private sector to drive sustainable, inclusive growth, with a key result area of increasing the value of public contracts and subcontracts that are awarded to local firms and to increase the volume of the private sector investment in key growth areas. Today, showcasing relevant insights and practically engaging with suppliers is a step in the right direction to fostering an inclusive and robust supply chain to catapult socio-economic development. However, these implementation efforts by government do not go without challenges, some being the limited capacity of the supply community that have already been highlighted to participate in public procurement competitively, access to finance, and delayed payments, among others. Government is taking initiatives to improve on this, and through various support programs is supporting small and medium enterprises in the private sector through the parish development model, generating growth and productivity for women enterprises used under the GROW project, Emyoga, support to microfinance, youth programs, and agricultural credit facility, among others. The Ministry of Finance remains committed to strengthening capacity of local suppliers and special interest groups in public procurement, and complementary initiatives such as this towards enhancing capacity of the supply community to participate in public procurement is welcome and most appreciated. As I conclude, as you may be aware, government will commence the implementation of NDP4 next financial year, effective 1st July 2025. And public procurement as a socio-economic development tool will play an instrumental role in achieving the objectives of NDP4 and government's tenfold growth strategy. My prayer is that the insights and knowledge practically showcased and shared here today will be useful to all stakeholders invited to strengthen the procurement function for the socio-economic development of the country. I here and now wish to thank again Bank of Uganda for this conference that is closing, and I say this for God and my country. Now, thank you. Now I'll request us all to rise to our feet in honor of God as we say the final prayer and even bless our meal. Our Father in heaven, we thank you for this afternoon and the day that we've had together in this place. We are grateful for Bank of Uganda, the opportunity they have given us to engage with different stakeholders on a matter that is timely in the procurement fraternity in this country. Thank you, Lord, for the facilitators you've used that have done us well, for the discussions that have been enriching. Thank you, Lord, for the insights that have been shared. And Lord, we pray that you'll continue to strengthen the procurement function in this country in all angles. You are God alone, and this is your country. Do something new in this country, that procurement shall be a tool that shall catapult socio-economic development of your people, the people of Uganda, whom you love and you care for. And Lord, I pray for every stakeholder that is involved, that we shall all rise to the occasion and play our roles to your glory. And even as we go for our lunch, we thank you for the food that is set before us, the hands that are prepared. We pray that you'll bless and sanctify it, that we shall partake of it and get strength to serve you. And for those that in our midst who are looking for opportunities, we pray that you'll open doors and opportunities for them. For those that are restless, that you'll find rest in the Lord. May the Lord minister healing to you who are sick in body and mind. His peace continue to rest upon you. And the blessings of God Almighty that make rich and add no sorrow, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit be with you and never depart from you now and forevermore.